And the problem, of course, with the quarantine, with the pandemic, is that you don't have places anymore besides your home when you are really in lockdown. So it becomes kind of strange, alienating, and that's the reason why people start to feel anxious. They kind of, some people have more problems than the others staying locked down for months. And staying in VR, you have this kind of illusion of new other places. That's an illusion that VR makes sense. So your brain recognizes those new places and it feels natural. And so this leads up to everything that I think is happening right now thanks to VR. So from online workplaces, because you don't have anymore an office, or a lot of companies are reaching to remote. So you get those workplaces, but everyone is looking to sort of recreate an office, a virtual office, and recreate the dynamics of the office, because you, you still linger to have a place that you recognize as your workplace besides your bedroom or your studio, if you have it in some kind of shared place. Going to the cinema, there is the like big screens organized those cinema shootings where you can go and look at movies with friends in VR, because that's a place, that's an aggregation place. Or the example of being here, why aren't we doing this in a Zoom call, in a meeting? It feels more like an event. A real event is a gathering. You meet people. You have this kind of sense of presence, of space. So it feels better. And everything that's have been happening and probably is going to happen in those virtual places, because we think about work, about collaboration, about training, but usually there is always some entertainment involved. And why not? Probably there will be various kind of solutions that will mix all these things together and create those kind of aggregation place. That's it. That was my talk about state of what's happening.
Great. Thank you so much. And what are you finding that people are most attracted to doing inside virtual reality? I know we used to say it was a great place to do things that were too expensive or too dangerous or too exclusive, but are you finding that people just want to kind of be in a room and chat with each other, or do they want to try and do things that, they wouldn't be able to do in real life?
Yeah, it really depends on the people and their background. Because if you take, let's say, non-technical people, it's like what something that we are doing right now, for instance, is even like playing tennis in VR with,
Hmm.
and that's a concept that is easy to understand to people that are missing going to the to real courts to play. And you're like, oh, if you get an headset that now, like, you take an Oculus Quest, for instance, that is more accessible to like 2 years ago, when you had to buy a whole computer and a set of VR. They're like, oh yeah, that sounds something that attracts me, and they start to do it. Others, they be like people that maybe owns already the headset. They could literally maybe just meet to watch movies or to play together. There are a set of designers and people that need to meet for their profession, because they need to do some like product review in 3D and take notes together, and they meet in VR to do this kind of activities. So it really depends on the starting point of the person, their background. If you take someone that has been playing online for 5 years, 10 years, as I say, more easy to explain and to motivate them to, like, yeah, joining VR, it works. To someone else, generally needs to be related to something close more to what they were doing before, like
Hmm.
working, or like playing, but playing like tennis sports, or also training, of course. But those are the typical use cases that, like, VR is doing well, besides the pure gaming part.
Well, yes, I completely agree that in many ways the lockdown has really accelerated the business of VR and AR and really underlined why it's so important to the future success of business and also as a way to bring people together. So thank you so much for sharing your insights today. Really enjoyed that.
You're welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
Cheers. For our final speaker, I would like to welcome Hollow Forge.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Is the sound okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. From where we are, we don't have, we are kind of blind of who is our audience. So if you could all drop, a small word on the chat, it will be great to understand who I am talking to. So we have 10 minutes left, I guess. So I'll try to be quick. Hi, everyone. So my name is Antoine Besbarro. I'm from HoloForge Interactive. HoloForge is a company dedicated to mixed reality, and we are integrated into a wider company called Asobo Studio, which is a video game studio. And we are a long-time partner with Microsoft. And so our mission at HoloForge is to bring the engineering and design excellence coming from video game to professionals. So last year and a few months ago, when COVID hit the entire Earth, we asked ourselves how we could do our part in the fight against COVID. And one of the main side effects of the COVID is social isolation. So we try to think on how our technology can help against isolation. And we are doing a lot of work with the HoloLens, so with spatial computing, mixed reality, and also with their sensors such as Kinect. And so we can do some kind of volumetric videos, and that can be a lead to the future of code. So we were wondering a simple question, because during lockdown, the best tool on earth were platforms such as Zoom or Teams. It helped really family to stick together because they are so easy to use, so intuitive, it's all free. And I mean, I can speak to my parents every day using this, and they are far away from being some geeks. So it's really easy to use. So we ask ourselves a real question: can volumetric video beat video calls, regular video calls? And the question is not as easy because once again, a platform like Zoom is so intuitive, so easy to use. So we have kind of step to go if you want to build this platform. But I see our margin for it. So let me be a little bit specific on what those volumetric video calls are. So you can, maybe some of you recognize this character. This is a 3D representation, a simplified 3D representation of a young Jedi called Anakin Skywalker from Star Wars. And we've been using this kind of technology for 2 or 3 decades in video games. And when you play to a MMORPG and or when we are using a social platform like the one for Virtuality, we are using simplified representation of ourselves. So it's great for group interaction because the technology is well mastered, and it can allow me, for example, to do a pitch in front of a lot of people of different culture around the world. So that is great. But the set of emotion is quite limited. So I just have some animations, some very few set of facial animation, which is very far away from the emotion that I want to transmit right now on my face, on my gesture, I mean the real one. So on the right, there is no a volumetric video representation of the same Anakin Skywalker. And this is more interesting because it's more accurate. It doesn't miss any details of his gesture, of the emotion that you want to transmit while you talk. So, of course, in the Star Wars universe, they are using some kind of clunky technologies that don't have any colors. I'm pretty sure we can do better. So we try to focus on how can we make this technology with color accessible. So we don't know much about the Star Wars technology, but here on Earth, we have great tools. So if you want to do some volumetric video, we can use a depth sensor, such as another Kinect, which is available to everyone, and HoloLens 2 to be able to display the same video streaming on your world. So we did some research, and here a small video of our work so far. I'm not sure about the volume, so you might want to adjust if needed. Can you see the video?
Yes.
Great. Okay, I assume that everyone saw the video.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Where I was, so what you just seen, it's a so it's a volumetric video. It's live streamed directly into a HoloLens. So doing so, you have a real feeling of presence of someone next to you. You can have a conversation with this person, and we strongly believe that this is the future. Due to the COVID situation, we had hard time to do user test, user research. So we don't have the exact answer right now if this is the future or not, but we have the feeling that first it feels great, it feels super cool, and that's the first step. You know, we are coming from the video game industry, and feelings are very important. And it's not an exact science. It's if a game is good, it's because it looks cool and you want to play with it, and so that should be the same for this kind of technology. So the technology, we really have the feeling that we are on the right path. So of course there are some blockers. For example, not everyone has a HoloLens 2 at home. Not everyone has another Kinect at home. But we are at a time where we see mobile device more and more equipped with depth sensors. We can see a lot of companies investing a lot of money into shrinking all the mixed reality technology to be able to reduce the cost, to reduce the size of the device, to reduce the price. So we are pretty confident that in the coming years, that would be a common thing. So you will be able to do the acquisition with a smartphone, maybe that you just hold in your hand, and while you can see the people in front of you wearing your smart glasses. That's it for me today. I hope you enjoyed the video. We have tons of tools and technology available to help you to build the future of use case of collaboration. So don't hesitate to come to talk to us. You can meet us at booth D4 all one. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm definitely going to come by your booth and speak to you further. But real quick before we end, do you have any opinion or insight on how far away you think we are from being able to have one of these experiences through a mobile device?
I I wouldn't recommend. I would recommend to use a mobile device only for the acquisition, and it has some value. This kind of use case has some value when you are wearing some smart glasses. So as soon as there is some consumer.
Okay, for us, Otman, whenever you're ready.
Perfect. That's good. Hey, everyone. I am thrilled to be back after 1 year in Virtuality. I would like to congratulate the staff of Virtuality that has done an amazing job to keep the momentum around the XR industry. But to be honest, today, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because I miss you. I miss seeing your faces, your smiles, your eyes, your natural reaction. I miss all this human connection during my talk. And I am now convinced more than ever before that the purpose of technology should be to increase human connection and decrease the device friction by making it more immersive. A little bit like this video. In this video, you can see some holograms created in real time using Azure Kinect. It's only a proof of concept developed by the partner HoloForge, but it gives you an idea on what should be our daily meeting, more human. So last year, during my talk last year, I was proud to unveil HoloLens 2 in the French market. I gave you several examples on the potential of this new medium for different industries and for different use cases. Today, I want to tell you what happened during this first year, what's happening today, and what will happen tomorrow. As you may know, continuous feedback from customers and partners has led to this second version of HoloLens, which is more immersive, more comfortable, and ready to use. But now, let's be more factual. What have been done with this new device this year? I would like to present you some customer use cases in different industries, just to give you, I would say, an idea about how technology has been leveraged. Let's start by manufacturing industry. L'Oreal is leveraging mixed reality in some of their factories for different use cases, for remote installations of industrial equipment, for remote maintenance of the packaging lines, and also for remote quality audits. Let's focus on this last use case.
Donc typiquement pour mon domaine de la qualité, on peut citer l'audit d'un process de contrôle de couleur des parfums par exemple. En termes d'organisation, c'est exactement la même chose qu'un suivi d'audit classique. Sauf que là, maintenant, je suis dans mon bureau et en me connectant sur Dynamics 365 Remote Assist, je vois exactement avec HoloLens 2 ce que la personne voit sur le terrain. On a un gain en termes d'instantanéité, on peut partager directement des solutions d'amélioration, mais aussi de bonnes pratiques. La crise sanitaire que nous avons traversée, couplée à nos engagements environnementaux, ont vraiment été des leviers d'accélération sur notre démarche d'audit 4.0.
As you know, today many companies are facing some travel blockers, and HoloLens can be valuable for this use case of remote assistance. And in this case, quality audit for perfume colors is done remotely, and the expert has the possibility to share any documents for this audit. And what is great to see is that today you have the opportunity to share information in real time. And what are the ROI behind this use case? It's 50% of intervention time reduction, a decrease of environmental impact and also an acceleration of the training time. So for manufacturers, this new technology is reinventing and transforming several jobs. It changed the way of working and also allow to become remote and face their current challenges. I would like now to speak about another industry, the healthcare industry. Something big is happening today in the healthcare industry.
Donc typiquement pour mon domaine,
This technology is transforming the way surgeons work. They used to display a 3D model in 2D screen. Now they have the opportunity to visualize 3D models hands-free. And this use case can be used before a surgery, during a surgery, and after a surgery. Before the surgery, it can be useful to explain to the patient what will happen to him in 3D, or explain to the staff the planification of the surgery. During the surgery, it can be useful for remote assistance and data visualization in the field of view of the surgeon to make him more focusing in his surgery. And after the surgery, it can be useful for training session for the future surgeons. And here is a short example on how the NHS has leveraged mixed reality to face the COVID.
Out there at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, and I counted 29 people in a close run the next few weeks. A lot of people are going to get sick, and we have to change this really dramatically. The simple concept was, look, we're going to create completely virtual ward rounds. Rather than sending 4 people, we're going to send 1 doctor in. We very quickly started working with the headsets to identify some use cases. So when you place the headset on your head, what the user will see is a virtual screen or a mixed reality screen, which they can position into any real space in the room that they're standing in. And on that screen at the moment will be the face of one of their colleagues who will be interacting with that user through a webcam based on a desktop. We can call other experts that we might want to call into that clinical scenario. And we can also pull up images and content. So we can look at electronic healthcare record data or x-rays or images. And what it means is that you have all the information, all the specialist care that you need at the patient's bedside, there and then. And it's all in one headset.
The value of this technology in this case was to reduce the number of medical staff in touch with a patient COVID positive, and also a better management of all the medical staff during a pandemic. So for the healthcare, this technology, it's a game changer, and you can trust me, you will hear some blow-minding stories in the next few weeks. As you may know, mixed reality was initially dedicated to first-line workers from some dedicated industry. Why? Because they are the forgotten of the digital transformation. I mean, knowledge workers have the chance to have several tools to help them in their productivity in a daily basis, like smartphones, computer, application, etc. And today, thanks to HoloLens, first-line workers can display in their field of view, hands-free, several data to help them in their daily work. But what we have seen this year is that more and more customers from new industries are exploring and leveraging mixed reality. In retail industry, for example, Salvatore Ferragamo is using HoloLens 2 to augment their sellers and suggest an immersive and personalized customer experience remotely. In the education, Case Western University has shipped units to students for remote training. We have also seen some new stories in the luxury and fashions, where brands are building mixed reality experience to face their new challenge during the fashion week. And also, last one was more in the finance. UBS has shipped HoloLens 2 units to trader in order to recreate at home their busy trading floors. And it's like Iron Man movies. I mean, that you manage your desktop as you want. I like to say that science with HoloLens, science fiction of yesterday is the reality of today. But now I would like to focus on a use case in culture that is transforming the way we visit museums. Have a look on this video. It's in French, but I'm sure that you will easily understand what it's about.
Accueilli par Jean, qui va être accueilli par Jean, qui va être son guide tout au long de la visite.
Venez vers moi, je suis Jean. C'est moi qui vous fais visiter le poste de commandement.
Il va rencontrer le colonel Roll.
On va voir Roll. Magnifique, une carte de Paris.
On va rencontrer sa femme Cécile.
Beau travail.
Il va aider à la construction des barricades. Il va également aider le central téléphonique à effectuer des liaisons. Ce qui est intéressant avec HoloLens 2, c'est que le visiteur utilise sa propre main. Et c'est là où finalement on arrive à toucher un public très large parce que c'est très intuitif.
Les retours du public sont excellents, et ce, pour toute catégorie d'âge. Ce qui leur plaît, c'est que c'est du jamais vu.
Vous, il vous fallait une photo.
C'est absolument magique.
C'est le moment.
So for a museum, this experience is a way to engage a larger audience, to also make visitor actor of their knowledge, and also it could be seen as a new business model for museum. And I can give you more than hundreds of customer stories that has been deployed, and because they have launched some project this year globally in different industries and from different use cases. Here you have just an idea of the different use cases that can be leveraged using this technology. But I just wanted to give you some few examples of customer stories. Obviously, we don't have time to present it all, but I encourage you to do is to meet to all our partners that are available today and also the next 3 days in Virtuality, and they will give you more details about their solution and also how they support customers to deploy these mixed reality services. Now that I have gave you a quick overview on some customer stories and how HoloLens is transforming people's life, let's have a look on our mixed reality services. Since day one and until today, continuous feedback of our customers and partners were crucial for having a device that answers to the market expectation, but also but this feedback is not only on the device himself, it's also on mixed reality use case you are working on. And we have launched a series of Azure services that will simplify your mixed reality use case deployments. For example, Azure Spatial Anchor has been is now on a public preview, and it's a services that give you the opportunity to anchor hologram in the time and in the space and make it visible by different entry points. I mean, that's for collaboration use case. For example, you have a collaborator can see the same hologram in the same space via a smartphone, a tablet, or via HoloLens. So for collaboration use case is something that is really valuable. Another services that is now in a preview, private preview, is Azure Remote Rendering. This service is giving you the opportunity to display hologram in high quality. So the rendering is in a high quality until 1 billion polygon by hologram, and give you the opportunity to use all the powerful GPU of machines of Azure and render hologram in high definitions. So for industry like luxury, for example, where every details need to be visible, these services is valuable. And the last services that is for the moment in a private preview is Azure Object Anchor. It's a service that gives you the opportunity to anchor an hologram on top of a physical environments. And this service is useful for training, for example. I would like to show you just a video that has been done by our developer using Azure Remote Rendering, using Azure Object Anchor, and Tesla API. So here, as you can see, is the field of view of the developer, where I see the Tesla, and on top of the Tesla, he projects the holograms of different product of the car, and he can decide which layout he wants to display. So for scenarios of for training, it's something that is interesting to have in mind. And also, I would like to show you another video that show you how you could leverage these services. So this proof of concept that has been developed by developers is just to show you how you could leverage this technology for training and in education. And for developer today, I'm really excited and proud to announce that we are launching the ultimate mixed reality device for developers. So this device is today available in the US market and will be available in France very soon. Give you the opportunity on top of the device to have $500 of Azure credits and 3 months of use of Unity and Pixie's software. So I'm really glad to announce you this. So now, what should we expect for tomorrow? I mean, last year we have announced the unveil of HoloLens 2 and the value of mixed reality as a disruptive technology. But we have also told you that mixed reality is the third wave of computing and the next big thing. But for tomorrow, what are the main trends to explore? For me, I think one of the biggest value of HoloLens is its ability to take advantage of other services like IoT, like AI, like also the 5G that is coming. And we are starting to see several projects merging this workload in different industry. To give you an idea of a real use case that is merging, mixing mixed reality and AI, we have the current project of a technician from a facilities management company that is leveraging HoloLens and AI for inventory tasks. How does it work? He wears the HoloLens and he scans with only his eyes the room, and thanks to AI services and object recognition and different cognitive services, he can automatically detect the doors, the windows, and other different products. And for some task that yesterday needed 1 hour to be done, today this kind of task can be done in 10 minutes. So it's just an example of how it can be how this cross workload activity can be used. Another use case that I really love is a use case that has been developed by our partner Actimage, that has developed a solution aimed at promoting the inclusion of people with autism spectrum disorders. How does it work? Is that the user wears the HoloLens, and thanks to HoloLens and AI services, he can better understand the world around him. It means that thanks to different capture, we can tell to the user what are the emotion of the person in front of him, or what are the objects around him, thanks to different AI services. And I think that it gives you an idea about this new world. I think that it's really a new paradigm that we should that we are opening today. And yes, it's two use cases that are really interesting to discuss. The second point is that you understood the value of mixed reality. Your world is your canvas. I mean that our real world is the canvas of our digital world. We used to work and live with a 2D screen, but we are limited in interaction on a 2D screen. And having a smartphone or a tablet isn't always practical. Having content in our physical environment is opening a new world. We have just started to explore. It's like, I like to compare this, is like discovering a new planet. You have now the tool to accomplish things you weren't able to accomplish before. And everything needs to be done. And initially, device were lonely experience. You put device on and you live experience by yourself. But we start to see larger and larger demand for collaboration use case, and our partner have some great ready to use application for that. But I think that the next big challenge to face is how to increase presence for collaboration use case and increase this human connection that we miss so much today. I would like to finish by saying you that to be honest, for me, all of this is so exciting because the potential is limitless. I have the chance to work on a topic which is which start to be a passion for me, because every week I work on a new project from a new industry that will change its standard. And in our small position, we start to see the world changing thanks to the positive impact of this new technology. And it's something that is really exciting. And if you had 2 points to keep in mind after this presentation, is that mixed reality matter. I have given you a few examples of customer stories with real impact. If you have never tested HoloLens or mixed reality technology, you can be tempted to say, oh, it's only marketing, but not real, the market is not ready, etc. But take one step back and look at the interest of people around XR technology. Year over year, we see a growing interest. We have never received as many applications to become a mere partner, but something is really happening today. It's definitely not a hype, and the third wave of computing is bigger every day. And I really suggest you to have a test and learn approach to see the value of this new medium. And the question should not be if, but when you will leverage it, because I think that mixed reality is the solution that some businesses don't know yet they need. So don't focus only on the cutting edge product by itself, but you should focus on all the value that can be brought to your business to avoid having this wow effect. And last point, last slide for me, I would like to finish by ask you a question for you. How will you embrace this technology to win over your daily challenges? I hope this keynote presentation was valuable for you, and I am happy to answer to any of your questions.
Thank you, Edman. We will wait maybe 2 minutes to see if someone got some questions. Just the time for everybody to type on the keyboard.
One question from Sami. Can you remind us where is your booth, please? It's in the entry point. So we have our whole village with several partners, but if you want to discuss with the Microsoft team, we have a booth at the entry of the all one. Is the question is the answer for Sami. Thank you, Sami. Thank you, Ludovic. Thank you,
Thank
Victor.
you. Thank you got a lot of thank you. Thank you, Atman. Thank you very much. If we don't have any question onto the chat, I think we will close this session. You can discuss with Atman on all the Microsoft France team onto their booth, into the hall number 1. I think you received the notification about the next session. It will begin in 5 minutes, maybe 10, because we got one speaker with some trouble to connect, but it will be solved soon, and it will be in the auditorium A. Thank you, Atman. Thank you again for being
Thank
here.
you. Bye.
Es esmu tagad, es stāvu, es esmu skatuvs, tāds izskatās, tā ir mana zāle. Selfie time. Nu, kaut kā tā. Es nezinu, vai es šo varēšu postot Instagramā. Oho, hello all. Hello. 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 Hi, hello. Sure. Cannot wait. Well, not, no, I have no idea what will.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
So I've got some news from Joanna. She have to update the app. So she tried to be with us as soon as possible. So maybe we can wait 2 or 5 minutes. And if Joanna can't make it, we have Cindy with us. Actually, she's with the admin, the admin account.
Hi,
And
everyone.
hello, Cindy. And Cindy is organizing a lot of events. I would say traditional ones, physical ones. I've been working with Cindy for several years now. She has been with us at Virtuality since the beginning. So just to wait for Joanna, Cindy will be able to, moderate this session during a few minutes if necessary. So if we can just wait 5 minutes for Joanna, and we will begin.
So maybe everyone, we can start. Everyone is ready?
Yes.
Perfect. So to introduce this session, the goal is to understand different points of view. So, we have the opportunity here to launch new digital events for traditional industry, such as the physical events. So we are all discovering the new technologies. So what's the current state of the hub? How did event organizers adapt to the new normal? That's a question for everyone around this table. And maybe first we can ask Dagnija. Dagnija is the way to pronounce your name?
Yes. So what is the question?
For you, is the other event organizers are adapting the new normal with the Zoom events and the digital events?
Yeah, it's very difficult to hear you. I hope that maybe you can hear me better. But just to answer your question, is I've been organizing a Digital Freedom Festival. It's actually digital, but actually a physical event for 5 years in Riga. It's one of the biggest events, tech events in our region. And actually we are not doing this year. And why we are not doing it, it was because I think we were not ready for this year, just accept all the challenges. One, from fundraising and sponsors and partners point of view, I think nobody was ready to jump in this new reality so quick. So we just couldn't do it organizationally. The other thing, I think that technically, maybe now since March, we are in better position, better shape. But I think the biggest question is about the audience, the participants, and I'm not sure whether our participants have all the digital skills, and whether the audience is ready to jump into this new reality of tech and virtual events.
Sorry for guys into the audience. Do you the same trouble with every speakers or just with Cindy? Please give us some feedback. Thank you, Gregory. Okay.
Hello guys, this is Clément Merville speaking.
It's great with Clément as well.
Can you all hear me very well?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, good.
No, okay, with Cindy, we've got some trouble. I'm sorry, guys. We just take 30 seconds, 1 minute break to fix this because we won't be able to do a good debate if we miss a mic.
Events. Yeah, we will we will find a solution. Cindy just sat next to me, so we will share the mic. It will be maybe a little strange because Cindy will speak through my body, but I think you will make the difference between
my voice.
Yeah, our voice and mine.
So hi everyone again. My first question was dedicated to is 2020 made real events completely different, and what's the current state of the art? How did event organizers adapt to new normal? And maybe Clément, do you want to answer first this question?
Thank you for this question. I would say the current state of the art is TNU, is what you're currently experiencing. This is, I believe, right now, the state-of-the-art solution for virtual presence. And what you're experiencing right now is a real virtual presence compared to a meeting on Zoom or on Teams or video on web. So I think this is a V1, but we're already there at a great step. Olivier, do you want to add something?
Yeah, maybe Olivier can answer the question too.
Yeah, sure. It's actually mostly the app dedicated to virtual events are mostly based on Zoom conferences, as Clément said. So I don't say it's a bad solution. I think that maybe for many conferences or events, this kind of solution is okay. But concerning our trade show, we were looking for something with high standards of graphics, and with some features which were interesting both for exhibitors and for visitors. So yeah, we went to TeamU, and we tried to build with TeamU the best platform as possible to meet these needs, which were not featured by other solutions on the market actually.
Thank you guys for the answer. And maybe the next one is for Dagnija, and what virtual events can't do.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Maybe you have to speak a little bit louder, please.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, so I will just speak up louder. Can you ask the question again?
And what for you virtual events can't do?
I think this is kind of an answer.
we have the answer.
I think that the question is about community and community management. And I think this is we are all struggling, how to maintain this virtual experience as vivid, as fruitful as it is in real life. So I think this is a big struggle. And another struggle is actually our digital skills, the skills of the attendees, because I think that we want it or not, but we are still in a Zoom era. And unless we will not figure out everybody how to switch on Zoom camera or turn on our computers so it sounds our sounds microphone so it sounds properly, so I think we cannot jump in. Technically, I think we are ready, but digital skills and mindset is not ready yet. So I think this is a user experience, the biggest challenge, and how to build community.
Dagnija, maybe can you put your headphones lower when you're speaking, because there is some echo, and if you can go closely, the most closely as possible to the mic, because yes, the sound is pretty low. I can hear you, but it's pretty low, and maybe for some people, it's too low to be heard clearly.
And how is it now?
I think it remains the same, I think. But definitely we are touching a very strong point regarding this debate. When we organize a traditional event, we got people to give you a new mic when the one is broken. Actually, I can do it for you.
Thank you.
So maybe we can go forward, and this question is for Clément, and about what's special for you about virtuality, and how will immersive experiences overcome Zoomistics?
When you say Zoomitics, you mean kind of Zoom fatigue?
Exactly.
Okay, because it's true that during the lockdown, there's been a new syndrome called Zoom fatigue. I didn't know about this Zoomitics name. And it's a syndrome of stress and also of cognitive issues, problem of attention and problem of socialization. Because as you know, using Zoom, you cannot really talk to people. You cannot address someone. You cannot look at someone in the eyes. And that's a key element. And so you even see yourself in a video, but you don't see yourself looking at yourself. Whereas in the real world, when you look at yourself, it's in a mirror, so you see your eyes. Here it's not possible, and this creates a kind of cognitive dissonance that makes talking to a big Zoom meeting a very difficult and tiring experience. So our main goal with TNU is to create virtual presence. And virtual presence is a cognitive science concept. It's actually the very real sense of presence, but in a virtual environment. So right now, if you're focusing and you're in virtuality, you can have the feeling to be there and to be there with friends and colleagues, which is very different than a Zoom experience.
Okay, thank you. And maybe this next question is for Olivier with Virtuality. Why would you run a virtual event in 2021?
It's a good question. I think one of the best answer I could say is that it's pretty cool for us to bring together, Dagnija was talking about community. Actually, the virtuality community is very spread around the world, particularly in Europe and also in France, but also in South America. We have launched Virtuality in Buenos Aires in 2018, and since then we have really developed our community in South America. And this kind of virtual event offers us the possibility to bring together all this community during 3 days without any plane consumption. It's also cheaper for people to come and participate. So I think we, and maybe it will be a question probably that will come next, but we can't fit all the features of a physical event with a digital event, but the digital event is very complementary to organize an event where people from all around the world will be. We got 100 speakers right now, so we got a lot of technical problems. You can see it. We knew it. We have some stuff to improve on this side, but as I said, when I've got some technical troubles on stage during the physical events, I can give a new mic. I've got a team of professional around speakers to help them. Right now, everybody is at home or at the office, and they have to prepare by themselves their speech sessions. And actually, this is something we have to fix in the future to know how we can improve that, because we've done a lot with my team, I can say. And but this is really great to bring together so many people from all around the world and to be ecologic as well. So it's a great feature. And finally, we can show a lot of things with the virtual booth, even if we can't try the VR headset, for example.
And Dagnija, sorry, Clément.
Yes, if I may, I would like to say that I don't see many things that we cannot do in virtual that we can do only in physical, apart from the beer after the show. And looking at Dagnija previous comment, the lack of serendipity, I would say that's true on the digital events on the web with video feeds. But here, this is exactly what we are working on. With TNU, you can walk into people you don't know and ask for them for their contacts and start engaging conversation with them and meeting new people that you never thought you would meet before. I think we are really reproducing the key components of true live events.
So the natural question, and Clément, the natural question following your speech for me, it's what can event organizers learn from XR companies?
Well, true XR to me are the kind of eyeglasses, natural eyeglasses that you can see on the movie Kingsman. So very light glasses that can be full AR or can be also, if you darken them, full VR and all the in-between. So for example, keeping real people around you and bringing them into your virtual world. So we're not there yet with these XR glasses. Our belief is that it will be around 2025, so very soon from now, in about 5 years. And at this point, we'll have all the body language, facial expression, all that non-verbal communication that will make this virtual presence solution really perfect.
Okay, and on the other, oh, sorry, Clément, go on.
No, I'm good.
Okay, and on the other hand, maybe Danija, what can XR companies learn from event organizers? Maybe you can write it and I can comment if you want. No problem. We will wait for your answer.
We can take the question from David, and I think it's a great question for Clément. Did you read the question, Clément?
Yes, I've seen the question from David. The Quest is really a great platform now, even if it's not as powerful as some other PC-based VR headsets. To us, it's mostly great because not only is it 6 DoF, so 6 degrees of freedom, with a portable device, but it's also very accessible. So with 300 euros, we believe it can spread a lot. So we bet on this one. Well, there's a really good question there also from the audience about the post-COVID world. And obviously, this is one of our main concerns with TeamU. Obviously, we have a kind of opportunity, if I could say so, with the COVID crisis. But then what will happen in the future world? Well, in the future world, we strongly believe that there won't be as many travels as there used to be, and for economic, sanitary, but most of all for ecological reasons. And so there is a need that will be a persisting need for hybrid events. So both live and digital events. Maybe Olivier, you want to add something?
Yes, I totally agree. And for sure, we are already thinking about 2021. We are pretty sure we want to pursue the adventure with TeamU, because I just want to tell again that this platform has been not the entire TeamU, but the Virtuality Experience and I would say the platform really to organize trade show like ours. Everything has been built in only 3 months, 3 or 4 months. This is something which is totally crazy. So now we will have an entire year to make some improvements onto the platform. As for the exhibitors and for the organizer, because yeah, for sure we have to improve a lot of things, and there is really a great potential. We will learn a lot. So again, I invite you to give us some feedbacks at the end of the event. On the Virtuality booth, we have put a link where you can access to a survey to give your feedbacks about the event. It will be really useful for us. And yet we still want to organize our events in physical. We want to bring people together. We want to touch again. We want to share beers again. So,
hybrid.
Hybrid is my
Yes,
like for the car.
if I may add, we have signed a very, very big event beginning of next year. I'm not allowed to talk about it yet because it's not been public, but it will be a hybrid event. So we're really thinking about all the gateways between real and virtual world. For example, we will implant TMU stations in the real world event so that people going to some booth can test and actually see the virtual event. And at the same time, we imagine having cameras with live feeds from the real event into the TMU event. So we're looking, and the next step will be to have conferences. We want to have conferences that are in both worlds and be able to take questions either from the live audience or from the digital one.
Okay, thank you, Clément. What a project. And maybe I can just read the Dagnija answers to my question concerning what we can learn about event agency or event organizers world. Maybe if I can resume Dagnija, it's the communication with participants, teaching them, and all the pedagogical education to take the use of the platform, the follow-up, etc. Maybe projects to have a big follow-up, big follow-up. Yeah. The professional, the event organizers, and the professional that we are can maybe upgrade the service.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the
good resume?
The good, yeah. Okay, perfect. So maybe to conclude this panel for you, so hybrid events, what is it and why should we care? Maybe Olivier, you want to answer this question?
Yeah, sure. I think I have answered a little bit earlier, but yeah, I think this COVID situation has been an accelerator for many industries, for many professionals, in a good way and in a bad way, for sure. I think, yes, the event industry didn't thought that hybrid events, and particularly to get a digital platform, was something really important and a need. I think things could change in the future with the kind of projects that we are doing right now. I think hybrid events is a good way to organize an event because physical events have features and digital ones have others, and they are complementary. So definitely I would like to pursue this kind of project, and then we have to know how to organize both, what goals for each part of the event, which part of the budget for each part of the event. We have to rethink our business models. This is something really hard. We already did this year, for example, but if we have to organize also a physical event beside, this is another way of thinking. So still a lot of work for 2021 and for the future. Maybe we have 1 minute. If we got some question from people. Yeah, I think there are some. Of course, this is a topic which is really interesting. Yeah. Don't you think that that audience gonna
We've got a very good question here from Theo. And I will answer really simply to this question. What you're experiencing is kind of first in the world, and it's the V1 really. So next year and really soon, we want to be able to give live feedback to the audience, to even give the microphone to the audience so the question can be live. We have many ideas that will be there to enhance this feeling of virtual presence.
I just would like to add something, not relative to the previous question, sorry, because I think I'm not the right guy to answer that, but I just would like to add something because we talked about the event organizers, but event organizers are not the only parts of organizing an event. There are both sides. You have event organizers, but then you have participants, and participants, you have a lot of different participants onto an event. You got exhibitors, you got speakers, and you got participants, visitors. Everyone needs to do the digital revolution. We are part of the organizers, and we see, I would say, the kitchen of everything besides the organization of the event, and we help a lot of people. Maybe for you it was easy, and it's really great. I'm happy to hear that. But we had to, help many people to set up the mic, to download the app, to find the right email, and people will have to do the digital revolution as well to make online platform like this one the most efficient as possible.
Yeah,
yes, also a good question, well, a challenge asked from Danisha, how to monetize and bring value to sponsors. I would say that it's pretty much the same than in the real world. So it all depends on the venue, the traffic the events can bring. Last week we had a big event for Pôle Emploi, public event with over 5,000 visitors, and it was not open for advertising, for example, but this was very specific possibility of advertising, and the booth, the company that owned booths were very happy with this event because they could talk to a lot of people and meet a lot of people. So it's a challenge, but I would say it's pretty much the same challenge as in the real world. And on top of that, because it's all digital, we can track for all people, all companies who have a booth. We can track all the people who come to their booth, and if they downloaded the presentations, the movies, what they're interested in. So there's a lot of data that is very valuable to companies who wants to be sponsors.
Great, thank you all for your participation to this discussion. And there are a lot of subjects to continue to speak about with the events industry and the 2021 events which are waiting for us. So maybe we can talk in chat room or to continue this conversation if you're interested in. And thank you guys, thank you Clément, Danija, Olivier for your time and your point of view, and have a good virtuality experience.
Thank you all. Thank you to the public for good questions. Bye.
Thank you.
after arriving in Buenos Aires. The episode narrated in numerous stories of early photography in Americas marks a path traveled, an interesting line to reflect on our objectives and intentions in the project, guides us on the important objective of dialogue between the territory and the political, historical, and natural aspect that relate to the Bonpland's legacy. After last year visit to the Museum of Natural Science in Paris, the place where we find the largest number of herbal files sent by Bonpland from Argentina to France, we visualize that the museum has done in the conservation and digitalization in the museum has been fabulous. However, the exhibition space and archive transfer so that children's and general public that attend the museum can experience it was limited. I don't have the possibility of being able to live experience the archive. It was only to see a copy in a display case or poster. There, our team thought about how the possibility of transfer could be, in which way this archive can transcend the walls of the museum and can be seen in school classroom or museum in other parts of the world. What would be the best way to the public to feel that territory, appreciate it, not only the archive objects, but also those environments and sounds of the natural site where these samples were. The rivers, the estuaries, the channels, forests in which Bonpland lived, traveled, and collected the samples. The bodies experiment with the sound and visual senses and carry out an involuntary transfer in the gesture of the body itself. From now on, the question about the possibility of dialogue through immersive devices, sensibly relating the territory with possible artistic, poetics, and scientific objects. Please, Agustin, are you there?
I think Agustin couldn't get in the room, so I will be taking his part. So the question is how to work with the archive, in this case with Bonpland's archive. It's materials, herbaria, drawings, writing, etc. But also his life and in his territories from the point of view of art. This is one of the key questions when approaching this project, to create devices and visualization systems conceived from an artistic viewpoint. Let's go back to the first image. An archive as a set of shelves with boxes and classification labels. In contrast to this, when we think about working with archives that involve science through artistic means in a museum environment, it is fundamental to ask ourselves what should be the artistic point of view in relation to the archive and the nature of the potential strategies of immersive narratives. For Mark Wigley, exhibitions that involve research, as in this case, are in themselves extremely immersive by nature. In short, since the archive narrative is dispersed in space, any mediated visualization strategy would be experienced in a sensory way. It is about moving the body within the knowledge, within the information, The system immerses the visitor in the data, invites him to dive into the archives. But what is this data? Are we talking about specific material objects produced by Bonpland, or about a vital experience immersed in a context, in a history, in a discourse of epochal science? And this is not a tribal discussion, but rather it involves how such an immersive museography experience could be approached. And here is where we perceive two different strategies. We can datify the archive, that is, we could take the different materials to gravitate around Bonpland's figure and shape them in a quantified format for its analysis with a specific visual, sound, or audiovisual output. Or we can also think of the experience beyond the data, that is, no longer as an input, but as an integral part of a narrative. The data would not build the narrative, but would be integrated to a narrative where the historical discourse can be mixed with the scientific fiction. The material objects of the documentary found can coexist with the artistic experience, all of them interconnected and empowering each other. That's why this project is not only about conceiving a product, but about thinking of a platform where different languages are articulated: artistic, documentary, discursive, critical. It's in the frames of this project that we also could find foundings for a doctoral thesis, which is driven by Agustin and Sorena. Apparently, he couldn't get in the room either, so I will be taking some of his principles, ideas.
If you want, I can read the Agustin paper. What do you think?
Go ahead.
As we can see, we can summarize the project in three main axes of research: the biological study of Bonpland, and the identification and recollection of his documentary legacy, which includes correspondence, letter, herbaries, scientific publication, illustration, and various stories of trip around South America. The analysis of the process involving archival production and management, which along with the first axis demand reaching out to institutions and museums in both France and Argentina. The understanding of the history and evolution of audiovisual media that can help us discover new explanatory structures in the domain of immersive and interactive technology. In trying to articulate those three axes, the research presents some challenges. Probably task of effective converting distant discipline into a new medium that stronger its potential. We will work with elements of naturalist inventory original from encyclopedias of the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century, and will merge them with modern visualization techniques that take advantage of the latest technology to create virtual spaces. From today's event, I will focus on the third axis relating the VR technology. Certainly, we will speak of virtual reality. The special metaphor is almost literal. there is in itself the whole construction of an immersive space which completely replaces the real and offer new rules and dynamics of exploration. Since the early days of pre-cinema devices, we see various attempts at reproducing space and time, not as a contemplated exploration passive, but a view dependent experience with the objective of exploring and discovering the expressive and functional power of immersive spaces in relation to the body and its ability to be used as a visualization environment for various kinds of data sets. Modern day success case of creating of immersive space that directly related to our project, we see the work of Sarah Kennedy in the domain of experimental museology that can help us better understand the crossroad between archival practices and new technology for immersive navigation by using not only VR elements but also highly innovative, innovative interfaces and interactive spaces. She enabled a totally different perspective on exploration, navigation, and understanding of archaeological and museological archives. ¿Estás ahí, Agustín?
No, Agustín está en el público.
No, porque ahí me escribió que estaba entrando. Bueno.
Maybe we can open a space for debate as we have 10 minutes left. I don't know if someone wants to ask some questions. We are sorry we didn't present any slides. As I told you in the beginning, this is a working project. We've been having what we call a laboratory. This is a week. Every week we have a 2 hours exchange with different specialists from different areas, and we are at the starting block of the project. So if you have questions, we will be glad to answer, to speak with you.
Well,
are there any questions? Any subjects you would like to go further?
Maybe we can hear our emails. Maybe the people can contact us. Well, maybe we can finish the well, thank you, everybody. maybe we can close the
Okay, hi everyone. Hello and welcome to Virtual Reality Experience 2020. If it's your first time here, I want to thank Olivier and Valentina for organizing all this. Putting up a virtual trade show in such a short amount of time is definitely a feat. So we are gathered here today for the French XR Immersive Experiences pitch session. Most of the projects we'll hear about today are referenced in the Institut Français catalog of immersive experiences. I think one of their representatives is here in the room today. They can pop a link to the catalog into the chat. Let me remind you of what's going to go down today. Every person who's going to pitch has about 3 minutes to tell us about their production company and their project. And then there'll be a short Q&A session. People in the audience can put their questions into the chat and pick them up. Once you're done presenting your project, please leave the stage because there's only 4 seats and the next person will need to come on and prepared. So we're going to start today with somebody from Backlight who is going to tell us about the project Oz Experience. You can unmute your mic now.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone can see the presentation on screen. I hope everyone can hear me as well. It's really, really nice to be able to meet with people virtually, even on lockdown. So thank you to the organizers and for having us. My name is Olivia. I'm the account manager at Backlight, and Backlight has been around for 13 and we're specialized in XR for brand content, arts, and location-based entertainment. I'm particularly excited to be talking to you today for this particular talk because, well, we have 4 experiences which were showcased in the Institut Français catalog in 3 different categories. 3 categories, why? Well, because we've wanted to explore new territories and open our horizons these last few years, and we've successfully done that. So these experiences are Lens and Eclipse are fun, collaborative, all public games that are present in the catalog in the game category, which makes sense. The Scream VR, which is presented in the catalog, in the arts category, and finally the terrific and brand new Blancali's Bal de Paris in the dance category, where 3 dancers will take 10 visitors in VR along a beautiful choreographed journey. And they were all developed by our amazing team of developers and artists and co-produced with great partners. Unfortunately, I won't have time to present in detail all of those experiences to you today. That's for a good reason. Too many of them were selected in the French Institute catalog to be presented in 3 minutes. But what I can tell you is for the past few years, Backlight has invested a lot of its creative forces into location-based entertainment, first by releasing Eclipse, our multiplayer escape room set in space with haptics made in Backlight in 2017. And today we're very proud to be able to say that we're among the best in class and most awarded studios out there. It quickly became crucial for us to clearly differentiate our XR expertise for branded content from our experiences dedicated to location-based entertainment. This is why, and it's my very pleasure to announce this, we have regrouped all of these incredible entertainment and cultural licenses under the same name, Oz Experience. This is a huge advancement for us as we strive to bring structure and best practices examples to this market, which is always evolving. Oz Experience will encapsulate our location-based entertainment offer composed of diverse, rich, and exclusive experiences in VR. And while each of them is a unique take on VR as entertainment, all of them do reflect our vision of VR, which is blurring lines as much as possible between reality and the virtual. You will obviously be able to find some of these experiences in the French Institute catalog. I'll let you peruse that. But you'll also be able to find our entire catalog of experiences included in Oz Experience on our brand new website, which is launched today, oz-xp.co, and feel free to reach me and anyone from Backlight if you have any questions about this. And that's it for me. Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers again. Have a great Virtuality Paris.
All right, thank you, Olivia, for this presentation. If anybody has questions they want to pop down in the public chat, now is the time for Olivia from Backlights. I do personally have a question for you, Olivia. So a lot of what you guys do at Backlight is location-based entertainment. As everyone knows, this has been a little complicated and uncertain year. How have you guys been dealing with this? How are you looking at the future in terms of digital exhibitions, perhaps? Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, well, it's been very hard for everybody, I guess, and we've been it's been very hard for us as well. The thing is, at Backlight, we do not only work for the LBE market. We do work a lot for brand content as well, and I probably will talk a bit more about this in my next talks at Virtuality tomorrow and on Friday, so feel free to come see that. But what we've done also is trying to diversify our offer. So we have a pool of talent on Unreal Engine, because that's what we work on, and that's made us able to go into the virtual production market and some other markets out there that were really boosted unfortunately, by the COVID crisis. And in terms of LBE, for us, the market itself, but even before COVID, was looking for its balance and find a business model that actually works. So we're striving to get to that. And we believe that goes through, and that will be achieved through very high quality graphics, narrative, drawing people into those venues for those reasons before anything else, because most people at this point have not tested VR, and if they have, they haven't been able to test great experiences in VR yet. So that's what we want to bring to the market, and that's how we see the future, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Olivia. I see Jean-Noel has a question in the chat. If you want to see the whole Backlight catalog, feel free to click the link that I put down in the description. Thank you again, Olivia. If you don't mind leaving the stage, the next presenter will be able to come on in. Thanks. And now we're going to hear from, thank you. We're going to hear from Teddy and Gabriel from Le Bureau des Curiosités, who are going to tell us about their project, Cocotte Minutes. Welcome on the stage.
Hello. There is no pictures from it.
So I don't know about everyone else, but I can't hear you exactly well. If you could speak closer to the mics. It's not exactly better.
Can you see my screen?
So we can't see your presentation as of right now.
So you see the presentation. You see it or not? No?
No, we don't see your presentation. We can hear you better though.
Oh, so that's better. Anyhow, but I want to put it, but I read everything and I just presentation screen management, and I tried to put my presentation in it, but it seems not to work.
Did you make sure to upload a PDF?
Yes, it's a PDF.
Then I don't know why I can't see it. Could you maybe try to do it without your PDF? I don't know why it's not working. Otherwise.
Yeah. Let's go and talk. So, I'm Thomas, producer of Cocotte Minutes at Le Bureau des Curiosités. Cocotte Minutes is an immersive mystery comedy, a 20-minute room-scale experience set in an animated black and white woodcut printed world. In this VR real-time narrative, you will be immersed for one night in a strange transition manor at the beginning of the 20th century. It's a 6-dog immersive and interactive experience. The user can go anytime to different areas by walking or using teleport. She will follow one main story but lots of other stories can be discovered in the manual.
You will be the witness of 5 personalities of the magic world to make in the manner of the supposed to be dead magician Michael.
So Gabriel, we can't hear you. We can't hear you too well. Maybe Teddy can take over, or you can speak closer to the mic.
Yeah, let's try like that.
Hearing me well now, Paul?
I can hear you better.
So I will do it. Okay. Cocotte minute means pressure cooker in English. You will be a witness of 5 personalities of magic world who met in the manor of the supposed to be dead magician Maestro Mephisto. The backstory: Mephisto has sold his soul to the devil in order to give amazing abilities in magic tricks to his hidden brother Igor. But now he's dying and must pay his debt. Igor wants to save his soul by tricking the devil. The experience begins when the characters try to invoke Mephisto's ghost. The user appears. No one seems to see you. Who are you? Are you Mephisto? By following the characters, you will be looking for your identity. This discovery may be your salvation or not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I just finished one thing. So actually, the project is made for a set with controller, and we are looking for co-production with the visual animation company. So if you want to work with us, come on. I think we need some help for presentation, so you're welcome.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question into the chat for Teddy and Gabriel? So hopefully Teddy and Gabriel can send the presentation individually to partners that are interested in co-production. I wanna thank you for coming, and I put down the link to your website in the chat box if people want to check out current and past projects from you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
So okay. So the next person we're going to hear from is Esteban Lecoq from AOE and Esteban with the project WIST. Welcome to the stage. So Esteban, I can see that you are here, but your mic is muted.
Esteban, there seems to be a problem with your microphone.
So I think Esteban is having issues. Maybe in the meantime, we can switch presentations and go on with Jeanne Suspugla if she's ready, and Esteban can maybe go after her. Is that okay with you, Jeanne?
Hello?
Bonjour.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Hello.
hear you.
Yes? Okay. Hello. Thank you very much for the invitation. Okay, so I will try to upload. Can you see the PDF? Can you see it?
Not yet.
Not yet,
Okay.
no. Oh, here it is. Thank you.
Yes? Okay. So I will be very short, 5 minutes. Okay, so my project is called I Will Sleep When I'm Dead. So we just, it's brand new. We were ready at the beginning of October, and we show it already 2 times in the festival in Arles, and it's presented right now in Avignon. In a place called Ardenum. So the show is closed right now because of what you know, but it will reopen the 15th of December. So this project comes from drawings I started to make in 2016. I made prompts of people, and I asked people, what are you thinking about? And people were just giving me their own thoughts, going from very down-to-earth thoughts as going shopping, food shopping or things like that, and to more to deeper thoughts as health and death or things like that. And I was going on the internet and see how people imagine death, for example. So they will see a skull. So I will use the skull to represent death. So what was interesting for me is when I started to show those drawings, people were really getting excited and trying to understand what people had in their head. And so I wanted to make a project in VR, and those drawings, they pursue me that it was the right project to make in VR. So I was lucky to make the residency in Arles called VR Festival, and it was the beginning of my project. So I show you, my work is a lot about ramifications, and there's no time really to talk about that today. I just show you the picture very quickly. And I just wanted to say that the project was, it's a mix of 2D drawings and 3D drawings. And the challenge was to transpose the 2D drawings into 3D. And that was a real challenge, actually. And we worked with different people, but the co-producer of the project is Notorious, and they are now with me. So Christophe will say just 2 words.
Hello, everybody. Christophe from Notorious. We are really glad to speak here with Jan. Well, a few words by our side is like we really enjoy producing these for many reasons. Like the first thing was like a real challenge, like to enter first in Jan's head to know what she wanted, what she has imagined before. Then the challenge was to convert it convert the 2D drawings in a 3D experience, realizing what she wanted and what she has gathered during many years, and she has thought about like many exhibitions to the same story. And then to respect like all the shades, texture, outlines, and all of that. That had been another challenge, which was like co-creation, with the goal of respecting the artist ID. So, and moreover, it was like the artist with a real artistic universe like Jan. It was like a pleasure to do that because it's telling a real story.
So the VR experiment can be shown with the Quest 2, is better, or it can also be part of a bigger installation, a house that you can also see in the experiment. But the best will be that we will show you now the teaser that Notorious made. And okay, just a second, I will upload the teaser. Okay. Show you the teaser from Ardenum in Avignon. That's the show which is gonna reopen. But they tell me that we cannot show the video. So I will try again. Okay, now it's okay. Now it's working.
That the coronavirus pandemic is running rampant in many parts of this country. The total number of cases in many parts of this country,
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm available. I mean, we are available. We are three to answer the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeanne. Thank you. And again, congratulations on being part of a physical event in October Numérique in Arles. It is a very rare thing these days, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I think Esteban might be ready now to take over for his presentation of WIST. Esteban, are you here?
Can you hear me? Hello,
Oui.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go for it, Esteban. We can hear you.
Great. Hello, everyone. Let me put my presentation. This one, I think. Cool. So hello, I am Esteban, co-founder with Aoi Nakamura of AE Company. AE is an Ashford-based dance company with a vision to incorporate technology into the theater experience and bring audience closer to the art of dance. Individually, Aoi and myself have been performing over 14 years with renowned dance companies and immersive theaters companies such as Punch Drunk, Jasmine Vardimon, just to name a few. And we also have choreographed and directed works for Google Arts and Cultures, the first 360 film for the Elbphilharmonie in Hamburg, some short films, and also guest curators for visual art exhibition and digital performance events. So our company work has engaged with audiences in dance, film, media art, and technology at established venues such as Salorswell, Chaillot, Cine Festival, Capital Theatre in Edinburgh, Geneva Film Festival, Frequency, CPH Dogs, among others. The first company Measure Works, it's called WIST. It's a dance and VR production co-produced by the Gulbenkian Theatre, Dance House, NRV, supported by Arts Council England and Southeast Dance, and it's sold out premiere in April 2017. Since we toured to 25 venues and festivals, 11 countries, was seen by more than 9,000 people, paying audiences, and more than 4,000 participants participated into our workshop. This is a mix of visual art, dance, VR, AR, and VFX into a 1-hour experience for 20 audience members at the time. The experience is gaze-based with a multi-narrative storyline, meaning that depending on the gaze of the audience throughout the performance, they will trigger different paths, and there are 76 possibilities to explore our story. They will go through reality, triggering the real objects present in the room with an AR layer on top of it, and then launching a 360 world that we created in film. The performance takes its inspiration from Freudian case studies and follow the story of family, dreams, and fear. At the end of the experience, a unique number is given to each audience member by our program, depending on the unconscious choice they made during the experience. This number will give them access to their personal analysis depending on which path they took during the experience of WIST. This was for us a way to expand the performance outside the venue and create a personal link to the artwork. And then also in 2018, Salorswell commissioned an augmented reality small dance show called Zero AR. And this one toured to already 10 venues and 4 countries. So Zero AR is a short AR experience for 5 audience members at the time, and they are able to see and interact with the content in real time. The work is based on the seminal work of Akram Khan and Sidi Larbi Sherkawi. And alongside touring our production, we also deliver 360 film workshop for all audiences and ages. And currently, we are setting up our own creative hub in Ashford. And that's it for me. I hope you could hear me.
Thank you, Esteban. Yeah. Yes, we could hear you perfectly. Does someone have a question in the audience? So we don't have much time, but I have a short question, Esteban. What's the inspiration behind WIST?
So we wanted to explore the reality, dream, conscious, unconscious, virtual, and real. And so we looked at the work of Freud, the psychoanalyst, and then we were looking at the Minotaur and everything. And so we back in 2014, we started to look at virtual reality headset, and we found it fascinating that we could bring the audience at the center of the work. And that's what we did. So we created like a huge production with a lot of performers, a huge set, but everything contained into a VR headset, and the whole production tour in 5 flight cases. So it's really compact, and we only ask for 100 square meters to the venues, and then everything we provided. So that was a good way for us to reach as many audiences as possible.
Right. Thank you, Esteban. Thank you.
Thank you.
If the next speaker is ready, I believe it is Oriane Hurard from Les Produits Frais with her project Les Passagers.
Yeah. Could you hear me, Valentin?
Yes, perfect.
Let me upload my file. Okay, I think, can you see my first slide on the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everybody. My name is Oriane Hurard. I'm a VR producer based in Paris, France. I've already produced a bunch of VR pieces, including Legacy and I Love the Dead by Benjamin Nuel and Meet Mortaza, directed by Joséphine Rob. And today, I'm very happy to introduce you our brand new project, The Passengers, Les Passagers, in production with Cousin Film from Canada, written by Nicolas Peffaï and directed by Ziad Touma. So The Passengers is an interactive VR multi-user experience consisting of 4 chapters of about 10 minutes each and synchronizing 4 users in the same time. This is a story of 4 passengers traveling together in a train square. They share only one point in common. They are all facing a key moment in their personal lives. Each chapter is dedicated to one character at a time, in which you can hear their inner voices, discover their memories, and live their emotions. So the user can change the course of the story by using their dynamic gaze, and is also invited to speak out loud or to make gestures to help the passenger on their quests. Each chapter features a distinct art direction to represent each character's unique point of view, his unique perspective on the world. And we combined different technologies to create this immersive experience. Very quickly, we used motion and facial capture to record the actors' performances. Then our 3D artists recreated 3D models and hand-painted the textures according to each POVs. Then we add shaders and post-processing on each texture directly on Unity. And finally, the train and the landscapes you can see through the windows are fully created in 3D real-time animation. Regarding the distribution, The Passenger is initially designed as a location-based installation to be exhibited in cultural venues, but also in train stations and moving trains. So we designed a very flexible, modular, safe installation designed for 2 or 4 users with social distanciation or not. And we were lucky enough to showcase last September the first 2 chapters of the story during New Images Festival in Paris. And so you can see our installation there on screen. And we were also selected at the online Festival du Nouveau Cinéma in Montreal back in last October. And a few weeks ago, we were awarded by the Innovation Prize at Hub Montreal event. And we're very eager to present to the world the complete experience, hopefully next year. And thank you for your time. That's all for me.
All right, thank you, Oriane. If anybody has a quick question to pop into the chats. I have a quick question. What's the inspiration behind the art direction for Les Passagers, Oriane?
There are multiple, but I'd say we were inspired by art, actually, because we have one point of view inspired from watercolor, the other one with oil, and the two last chapters we are currently finishing right now are in black and white pencil, and for the kids' point of view is in pencil with very bright colors.
All right, love the analog choices for such a contemporary technology.
Thank you.
So we can now welcome to the stage our next pitcher, who is François Klein from Digital Rise with his project Mandala, A Brief Moment in Time. Hi, François.
Hello everyone. I hope my presentation shows right. So, my name is François Klein. I'm very happy to be here with you today in order to present you Mandala, a French-Chinese co-production with Sandman Studio. How can I move the slide? Okay. Yep. So, who we are, Digital Rise. So we are veteran in immersive and virtual reality production. We have worked in many different content, from mixing immersive theater with virtual reality to VR documentaries. We have worked for 4 years with DV Group, and we started Digital Rise in 2018. And we showed Mechanical Souls last year in different festivals, Sundance, South by Southwest, and Mandala is our new production. So what is the story of Mandala? So Mandala is a 60 minutes location-based entertainment installation made up for a group of 6 persons per show in 2 rooms. And it includes a real-time motion capture actor performance. How does it look? It looks a little bit like this. The story takes you to the universe inspired by the story of the Monkey King, a naughty monkey with magical powers who loves to trick the gods. So the first room will get the spectator to learn about the legend and the Buddhist symbolism by reconstructing the story piece by piece. So the group of people will face some riddle and challenge using real-life interactive props and audio positioning technologies to create a story with the shadow theater puppets in order to connect with the characters of the story. Then the group gear up for VR and enter the temple, the second room, where they will be able to draw a mandala together in virtual reality, a mandala of light, of colorful structure, using their bare hands. But the mandala will distill and bring to life the fantasy creature from the world they have learned to, and make the Monkey King come to life. So this is how it looks in virtual reality. It's a new kind of entertainment. We are bringing all we have learned the past few years in connecting audience and engage audience with a story, universe, and performers. And and this is how it looks inside. So this is a presentation we did last summer in China with a group of 3 people. And the concept is to bring, to offer a new kind of immersive entertainment. What is interesting with Mandala is that it involves a lot of new technologies and presents a sustainable business model for venues, because we can bring inside the installation 12 people per hours, which is quite interesting operation. So that's it. We are happy to share this sneak peek to Mandala. There's much more to tell about it, and I'll be happy to if you are interested or if you have questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank
3
you,
minutes
François.
goes quick, but
It does. You were very efficient. If anybody has questions, now is the time to put them in the public. So we are, oh, I see a question from Christophe Felix. Where can we see Mandela? Where is it going to be, LBE-wise?
Well, we are actually working on connection with different venues, either in the US or in China, specifically with some kind, not VR arcade, some artistic and cultural venues who are looking for immersive experience that can drag audience in, and also new generation of indoor entertainment. I hope that answered briefly to the question.
It does. Thank you, François.
Welcome.
So if the next speaker is ready, that would be Corinne Linder from Field Concepts with her project, The Ordinary Circus Girl, if you want to take it away for us. Corinne, are you with us? In the meantime, if anyone has a question for our speakers, now is the time to reach out. Corinne?
There seems to be a problem with Corinne's microphone. Corinne, maybe try leaving the room, check your settings, and then come back in. We can wait for you a little bit.
Test.
Okay, Corinne is back with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi. I'm sorry. I think my computer might be too light in version. So let's try, but if it cuts, just tell me. Hello?
Okay, take it away for us, Corinne.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. So I'm Corinne Linder, and I'm the founder of the company Field Concepts, which is based in France and created in 2017. And we are specialized in merging different art forms together, all with the contemporary circus, and to create playful and unconventional work that moves people to discover new ways of experiencing stage art and mostly contemporary circus. So today I'm here as author and the director of my latest show, the name Ordinary Circus Go. It's a performance that merges 360 films, contemporary circus and immersive theater. The films were created in collaboration with the company Novelab, which is also based in France. This project has quite a personal aspect, as it was inspired by a real-life event that I underwent a few years ago, a fall of 6 meters that forced me to rethink my career as a circus performer, as also an aerial artist. So this experience brought me to work outside the stage, and so to discover the virtual reality the same year. And what touched me the most was really the physical experience that this medium could give me. And I had the idea to think, okay, I could give my place on stage to my audience, a place that is not accessible in the real world. And also to give a real physical experience for the audience, what it is to be a circus artist on stage, with the risks and the stress that it has to be on stage. So the idea for me was to create a performance. The narration is a future that we imagine that where the circus companies uses virtual reality to do their audition. So we don't have any real auditions anymore. We just do it with the virtual reality headsets. So the audience will alternate by having the virtual reality headsets and being in front of a live performance. So when the performance starts, the audience is invited in a totally white space, and they are received by two actors called CM. The ambience is very strict and very clean, and they will slowly understand that they're actually here to audition themselves for the company as aerial artists. And slowly as well, they will understand that that the audition has already started. So you are invited actually in the middle of the action into a surreal yet poetic environment of contemporary circus artists, and you're brought to follow Nico, a technician of the company, from the backstage to take part of the general repetition of the day. During the repetition, there is an accident, and it's this moment when you will be selected and take her place on stage as an aerial performer. So on the top of the narration, we really wanted to bring the people to lose themselves between the unreal and the real, between the physical and the virtual. And that is done sometimes through correct scenography. So we have the scenography that resembles image in the film. Also, we have the same actors in the film as outside the film. And as well, we use sensorial art. That means that we augment the visual experience by, for example, olfactory design or touch. So, for example, there can be a cigarette in the film, and so at the same time we have a cigarette smoke outside the film. For example, in one moment when you become the aerial artist, you will go up in 10 meters of height visually in the virtual world, but we will put you on a real trapeze physically in the real world at the same time. So we are already, the show has already had its premiere in October 2019, and we have been performing about 15 times since then, mostly in theaters, but also in other in museums and in other kind of location-based places. We are very circus way, so we're nomadic. We have one car that we travel with. We are 4 artists in the travel, and we have a audience capacity of 100 people per day. So we perform 6 times the show with 14 people per show. Thank you so much for your time. I'm sorry I don't know how to make the image work, so I did it by text. Could you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. Thank you,
Oh.
Corinne. Thank you, Corinne. If anybody has questions, now's the time to pop them into the chats, and maybe Corinne can read them and answer them. So Christophe Felix is asking us, where is your experience going to be afterwards? Is there a
well,
website where we can see more about the ordinary circus girl?
Is there a way that I could share my screen on this application or not? Because I had a presentation, but I can't open it through your application. Or is it too complicated to explain?
I think if you have a link to your website, and then if you put down your email in a chat box, you can directly reach out to people and send them the presentation.
Okay, sorry. I'm very, very technological in this kind of things. So it's
No worries.
fieldconcepts.com. I send it on the chat.
Got it. Merci beaucoup, Corinne.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
I see that Agatha has joined us on stage from Diversion Cinema.
Yes.
Maybe she can present her project as well. Bonjour.
Bonjour. Do you hear me? Yes, you can hear me well.
Yes.
Great. So I am uploading the video now. Just a sec. Okay, so I'm gonna present you Peach Garden. So I'm Agatha from Diversion Cinema. We are the international distributor of several immersive experiences, including Peach Garden. I show you a short presentation of the VR experience before.
Agatha, are you with us?
Yes, so you're not watching the video because I confirmed the video on the screen management, then you can see it.
Okay, thank you. My laptop is struggling.
Okay, so for me the video is finished. Valentin, for you also.
Yes, for me as well. Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, so here we have the presentation of Peach Garden. Peach Garden is a large-scale free-roaming experience in virtual reality. It's multi-users, up to 6 users at a time, and it can be experienced in a 10 per 10 meters space. Inspired by a famous painting of the 15th century, Peach Garden offers a free wandering in a beautiful and surreal garden where the laws of nature are completely disrupted. Peach Garden is a sensory journey with no real beginning, middle, or end, where the spectator is able to create his own dialogue with an amazing environment. Using the new possibilities provided by the Oculus Quest, users walk in a large space, free of any boundaries and with seamless transitions between each environment. The environments react dynamically through audio and visual cues to the spectator's presence. The system allows a randomness that enables each user to have a different experience of the garden. To date, we had the pleasure of presenting Peach Garden at a Paradise Art Foundation in Incheon, South Korea, at 2 Spanish digital art festivals, the Link in Oviedo and the Lev in Madrid, and at the Cultural Center Saint Quatre in Paris, where the experience will continue to be presented as soon as the normal activities will resume here in France. So we, as an international distributor, we're looking for cultural venues interested in presenting this great VR experience. And with my colleague Paul Bouchard, we're completely at your disposal if you have any kind of questions. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Agatha. I see in the chat that Valentin has a question. Valentin Plains, you sort of answered it, but maybe you can answer it again. Can we download this experience, and what are the supported platforms for it?
No, actually, the only way to experience this VR experience is in real life. So it needs an installation, a real installation, with the staff managing the installation. The experience is not available to be downloaded now.
All right, thank you, Agatha.
Thank you.
So is the next speaker on stage? Can anybody see Paul on stage from Diversion Cinema?
Yes, I'm here. I'm talking through the Agatha's avatar, in fact. Can you hear me?
Great.
No,
Hi,
but
Paul.
you've got
Take it away.
Emily.
Ah, okay. Emily. It's my turn, Valentin?
I believe it is Emily's turn right before you, if that's okay.
As you wish. As you wish. I can wait or I can speak now. You're the chief today, Valentin. You decide.
Emily, if you're with us, you can go for it. The floor is yours.
So I let Emily first.
I believe, so we'll wait a couple of seconds, and then maybe, Paul, you can take it away for us.
Okay, cool. But I'm happy to see you here, Valentin.
Merci, Paul. We meet a lot in virtual worlds. Hi, Emily.
I have some trouble with the internet connection.
We hear you loud and clear.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can anybody hear Emily or see a video?
No, we could hear her before, but I can no longer hear her.
So I say that Paul, for the avatar
Yeah.
of Agatha,
Yeah,
you can maybe take it away because we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so I hope everybody can hear me. After Peach Garden, which is part of our Diversion Cinema distribution lineup, we are also proud to work distributing a great VR experience called Ayahuasca, produced by Atlas 5 and a small studio. It's an experience directed by Jan Kunen, who invites the audience to experience the ancient tradition of ayahuasca ceremony with a shaman in the middle of Amazonian rainforest. It's an intense and spiritual journey, selected and awarded in a many prestigious festivals in 2019 and 2020. Working with the director Jan Kunen, we designed with him, together with the team, what we call today the shamanic exhibition, using printed artworks, drawing, painting from the director, documentary clips, video interview, and special text around the ayahuasca culture and tradition. We propose a package of elements in order to design an immersive exhibition around the amazing and unique VR experience. The exhibition also includes a VR central installation for 4 to 15 users in the same time. As you can see on the pictures, you can see that the exhibition is also a great way to manage the audience, to invite the audience while they are waiting for VR. They can see some elements introducing them the culture and all this tradition of the ayahuasca. It provides to the audience a context to understand and even enjoy better the VR experience after. The shamanic exhibition premiered in end of 2019 at the Eye Museum in Amsterdam and has been recently exhibited during 3 months at the Digital Art Center in Taipei. We have key figures available regarding
There seems to be a problem with audio. Anyway, the session is almost over. I'm sorry, guys, for those of you who didn't manage to present.
Okay.
If anyone has any questions, they can pop them in the chat or directly add the person on stage they wish to ask the question to. Valentin, I don't know if you have any last words.
So I could hear Paul pretty well, but as closing words, I would say congrats on the touring. Looking forward to see ayahuasca somewhere physically soon.
Yeah,
If
that's soon
anybody
in
has
Paris.
one question.
No, I just wanted to say that figures available regarding cost and revenue perspective with this installation exhibition, and hope we have new place soon. We are working on it to exhibit it in France, Europe, and other countries. Thank you.
Right, merci beaucoup, Paul. Merci beaucoup,
Merci,
Diversion Cinéma.
Valentin.
So, thanks everyone for coming to the French XR immersive experiences pitch session. I know that a number of us have had tech issues, but these are the things that you have to deal with when coming up with fully digital events like this. Thank you, Valentina, for your technical duties with us. And I want to thank all speakers for coming.
Thank you, Valentin. That was great.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. We're waiting for Elizabeth. She's not far, just outside. I think she doesn't know yet how to enter into the auditorium, but we try to help her, so she should be there soon. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi there.
Hi,
How
how are you? You finally find the
Good.
entry. It's okay? Perfect.
Yeah. So how do I get my presentation up here?
You have a PDF?
I have a PowerPoint. I can create a PDF if that's easier.
Okay, we just need to got it as a PDF.
Okay.
And then you click on screen management and you can add your PDF.
Okay.
I'm going back into the hall and coming back into the auditorium. I think we are on the same seat.
Oh, we're on
Please
the
don't move. I'm coming
same
back.
seat? Yeah. Okay. Some of it might not look too good, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's better. One seat for everybody.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I have a PDF now.
Okay, so you click on screen management.
Okay.
You click on Add.
Click on, I'm sorry, click on what, time management? What'd you say?
Screen management on the middle of the screen.
Oh, got it. Yep. Sorry. Yep.
Yes, Rosalie,
PDF.
actually, I got a female avatar and Elizabeth, a male one.
Okay. And then do I just, how do I navigate to where my file is?
Yes.
There we go.
You got it?
Yep. There it is.
Awesome. Tell
Me?
me when the
Is that
upload is
me?
okay. You did the upload?
Okay, just a sec. I can see. Yeah, I can see this. I can see my face and.
Yeah,
Okay.
this
now
one
I'm
is
going
mine.
to-
It's my file.
Okay.
Tell me when you have uploaded
It
your
said it
PDF.
uploaded it. Wait.
You did it?
Yeah, I uploaded it.
Okay, so
And
you
I
have
hit
a
add.
small button, PDF. You can find your file here in the screen management.
Okay.
Yes, Isaac, actually, I think it's not the presentation.
Yep.
No, this is
It should be called.
only to present our speakers. Sorry. I wish it will be the presentation soon.
Is it my PDF? Do you see it or no?
Not yet. So I will restart again. You click on screen management. You go on to
Yep.
PDF. You have
Yeah.
a selection of type of media. You select PDF and you
Yep.
click on your PDF to launch it. And then you click on confirm.
Okay, so I said add add new file to your library.
It should be into your content, my content.
Upload new content. I saw it cycle and upload, but if I pick my content, I don't see it.
Sorry, can you repeat, please?
So let me just try to export it again. File, save as. In case there was something wrong with.
Or maybe you can do something without slides.
Yeah, I could try that since it's so late. Let me just see if this works.
Yeah, Elizabeth, we are only 15 minutes left, so I suggest that maybe we could run without slides.
It's what you want me to do because it's getting late, huh? How many people are in the room waiting? Is it?
I don't have the precise
I don't
number
know what
right
else
now,
to
but
do.
I think we have some folks here.
Yeah, I don't know what else to do to I have two PDFs created. They both display for me, but yet I can't. And I saw one of them upload. I saw the status bar, but I don't see it listed in my content. So, okay. If you want, I can just talk about my presentation. Will I be on
Yeah, I
video
think the
or
best
no?
is to start your presentation without the PDF. Can you send, please, the PDF to Valentina with an email since when you are talking, and I'll try to upload it and to help you with that. Good suggestion, Edgar.
Let's
Yeah.
see here.
So yeah, please start your
Let me do that right
presentation and
now
just send the
before I
PDF to
start.
Valentina. We will do something.
Okay, here, wait, yes. I don't know which, okay, attached file. Okay, so I just emailed it to Valentina. Okay, so hopefully she should get it soon.
Okay, no worry, I will put it on screen as soon as possible.
Okay. And then how do I go to?
You can start your presentation. Everybody is hearing you, so you can start with your voice, and I will
Okay.
put
All
things on the
right.
screen as soon as possible.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Barron. I'm the Enterprise Solutions Executive at Unity, and I am excited to talk about experiential immersion for product creation. So thanks for the opportunity to share thoughts on how to realize fantastic efficiencies through holistic product creation. And it's really exciting because there are new opportunities on the horizon to realize the benefits of holistic immersive interactions and what they can do for product development, and to continually assess interactions customers will enjoy in the future because creators can get inside designs and visualize things in advance of manufacture. So the power of experiential immersion for product creation is a holistic and deep understanding of an enjoyable experience. And what's so great about that is you can learn both emotive and scientific perspectives simultaneously for product creation. And you can really get an understanding to provide impactful insights into form and function of a product. And this leads to high throughput discovery, which allows teams to find creative solutions to problems by considering multiple data points in an intuitive manner. So the world is a better place with more creators in it, absolutely. And creation can be both artistic and technical. And it's really advantageous to review data with a set of facts and circumstances for a situation, because analytical data can be the foundation for stories with many sources contributing to the plot. So if you could see this slide, it's really cool. It's really about use cases for XR and automotive. And what it's showing is from really early in product development to the time a product is launched, the different functions that use immersive technologies and what they do with them and when these things are good and useful in the product development cycle. And so the reason for showing that is it's really good to understand the technology that you have, and then also the time that it's useful to the enterprise. And so another thing is thinking about how design thinking can scale technology in enterprise. There are customer needs, there's technology readiness and opportunities that you can use to form a hypothesis and test and learn and kind of like cycle through different things, and then explore and scale solutions so that you can deliver really high quality products, considering both how they function and how they look. And so the idea is to use immersive virtual reality to meld both art and science, to provide objective data and apply it to a subjective world. So how can you take subjective data and put it in an objective context? And that's going back to science to really understand how that works. And because our brains are really wired visually, plus lots of other things that we do, right? So the majority of the world's population are visual learners, and the brain processes visual information quicker than text and retains more information than text alone. But the brain retains more information still based on experience, which is just great. And so years ago, a very consummate scientist named Albert Einstein talked about intuition. And he said there is no logical way to the discovery of these elemental laws. There is only the way of intuition, which is helped by a feeling for the order lying behind the appearance. And what's so fantastic about that is what he was really talking about is that innovation and invention have an intuitive aspect, and that it's really as important as reason and logic in coming up with discoveries. And especially that's true for product creation for goods that consumers buy. And so holistic insight really leads design, engineering, and manufacturing data so that when they're combined together, we get cross-functional immersive reviews to show a multitude of disparate data and how it can be unified into a common understanding. And this is really the value of immersive product creation. Holistic product assessments bring common understanding by providing this relevant information and context. And so what I have here is a slide that has a bunch of different functions, and it shows how they're all interconnected to form one product. So there are lots of things you do. You do analytics, you do assembly, ergonomics, serviceability studies, user experience, storytelling, a whole bunch of other aspects, and they all come together to allow, in an immersive space, to allow this cross-functional understanding. And because what's really exciting is there is a narrative with salient facts when you have a multitude of information presented to you in a way that makes sense for an entire cross-functional team. And so you can understand things and understand it personally and relate to it with other people. Because intuitive creation empowers the art of the possible. The next level of product creation is really upon us now. Immersive realities provide probability spaces, and this is for enterprise to study any potential reality or the art of the possible or impossible with a host of relevant data. The distinct advantage of comprehensive immersive reviews is that the outcomes are both data-driven and experiential. And so it allows us to work like we think, immersed in the innovation process. And that's so fantastic because we can work through our natural thought processes, immersed in the product, because it's about the experience. It's about the social interaction of product creation and how enterprise creates, develops, and communicates with each other and with the customers. Immersive product creation enables instinctive behaviors for enterprise. So the impact on the enterprise can be profound. It will enable instinctive and inclusive product creation with multiple functions for enterprise and giving everyone a voice, which is so fantastic. And this platform is also an inclusive environment for data. So we as a community can create holistic immersive platforms, and it's critical to develop this platform to represent the data that teams work so hard to craft and calculate based on the sound product engineering and design that they've already accomplished. Workflow integration is a really important consideration. And intuitive insight results when interaction is natural and logical. Intuition is immediate and instinctive thought, and insight is the application of thought processes based on experience. This sets an organization free to realize technical and artistic creativity. And it allows teams to use their personal lenses to focus on a solution. And the great benefit is that each team member is allowed to use their own lens, and people are working together, sharing and discovering naturally. And this form of discovery results in surprise and delight and better products. Excellence and quality are points of entry into the market, and the goalposts for product acceptance have moved. It's really no longer about creating a well-crafted, beautiful product, but it's about going above and beyond to get noticed in a highly competitive market. And as a result, better methods of making things will become apparent. A faster time to market. Answers are revealed sooner to connected teams. More iterations can be studied. Teams will be directionally correct sooner, and information is propagated as it is found. And that's just a huge benefit for enterprise. And these efficiencies abound when holistic product creation is used to improve the way product development is conducted. And it produces a ripple effect in how information is obtained and disseminated. And it really starts to change the culture. Within cross-functional teams, there's an extension of collective knowledge that can be shared through the smart use of technology. And this knowledge allows teams to create and learn with a host of relevant data and to provide information and context. So you can view something that looks, you're looking at light patterns and distribution of headlamp data. You can look at the package occupant models for interior vehicle studies. You can look at assembly line simulation and how a vehicle might be manufactured, all within one environment, all considering that multitude of data that seems so different, but all has a relationship to each other. And then what can happen in an enterprise when that is done is global collaboration can become as easy as local collaborations. And these times, immersive collaboration is an effective method to be physically apart, but together in an environment evaluating the product. And within an enterprise, an inclusive experience gives everyone a voice. And leadership can support this holistic paradigm to encourage all voices, accepting issues as they arise and rewarding those who call attention to issues and solve problems. Organically, teams will find new uses for this communication model. Leaders will ensure to adapt and grow with the demand. And it creates probability spaces also to share experience and new methods of discovery to show how application of engineering discipline can be applied to artful execution of a well-crafted product. And it allows storytelling to be used to understand the narrative of a product's creation.
Ladies, we're ready when you are.
I am.
Perfect.
I'm ready.
Perfect.
All right. Well, let's kick off. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the session on how the feminine touch is shaping XR. My name is Anastasia Pashkavecka, and I will be your host for this panel. As the founder of Globetrotter VR, a platform for virtual travel, I have seen both the advantages and the challenges of being a woman in XR. And this session is about getting an insight in how women all over the world are shaping the XR industry. And tonight I have the honor of sharing this virtual stage with some amazingly talented and successful women in our industry. Alexia Bouclet, the head of design at Minsar, a no-code AR/VR creator studio. Amy Hedrick, the co-founder and CEO of Cleanbox Tech, a smart tech hygiene solution for AR/VR headsets. Rafaela Camara, an advisor to WXR Fund, a VC that invests in immersive tech startups that are committed to equal gender representation and specialize in XR. And Mariana Brecht, an immersive narrative designer and storyteller at Avora, the creators of the award-winning virtual experience line. Thank you so much for being here tonight. So to jump right in, ladies, I'd like to ask you to share your thoughts on what being a woman has added to your experience of working in the XR industry. Mariana, do you want to kick off?
Yes, of course, why not? Well, this is, well, thank you, first of all, thank you for this kind word, Anastasia. That's really kind of you. And I think, I don't know if I can talk about my personal experience, but I think I'd like to talk to talk of how women in general can bring their experience to VR. And I think it's by bringing our experience as women, because as women we are socialized in a different way than men are, and So this means we bring new stories to VR. And as a storyteller, as a screenwriter, this is very, very important to me. So as VR is such an innovative storytelling tool and an innovative storytelling medium, I think we can, I mean, telling new stories should be in its DNA. It should be, there's no bigger innovation than diversity. So bringing true and honest and deep female experiences can bring new stories, and I think that's how I can contribute and how all of us can contribute to VR.
Yeah, that's very powerful. I think having that diverse point of view will add a lot to the stories that we tell. What about
exactly? Yes.
Amy? Do you
Sure.
want to share your experience?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for asking, and hi everyone. Nice to see all of you. Thanks for joining this panel. It's been an interesting time for me. I'm the CEO and
I think we might be having some technical issues with the audio for Amy.
Yeah, Amy, I don't know why we can't hear you anymore.
Alexia, do you want to jump in while we fix the audio?
Yes, no problem. Thank you for having us attending this panel. I wouldn't say that being a woman was a real difference. I would just say that being a person with a different background, for example, I am a cognitive psychologist, so I bring this kind of diversity in a tech world. For me, it's not only the gender that matters, but the diversity globally, indeed the gender, but also the culture, the experience, your background. I'm specialized in UX, and for me, the best and easiest way to prevent a part of your users to feel excluded by your project, whatever your project is to have a diverse team, because it's a true richness, and each individual can bring something different. For example, if you design a headset, if you have a diversity in your team, you can have different types of hairstyles to see if it's compatible with diversity of hairstyles and if it's comfortable for everyone. Also for avatar customization, for example, if you have different type of morphology, style, hair, skin, color, and everything, it's more the diversity that it's important to me, more than not only the gender.
Yes, thank
I
you.
don't know
And
if the
Rafaela?
some problems.
Yeah, so yeah, I completely agree with everything that's been said and what Alexia was just saying. I also have a diverse background. I actually come from music. I used to be a classical pianist, and I am the former global head of innovation and strategy for Accenture XR. So we've seen and I've seen a lot of different companies, large and small, in XR, and I would say that there is there seems to be a larger representation of women in XR. Still not enough, probably at the top levels, but in general, what I would say is that I consider XR kind of like the spear, the more experiential side or touch and feel side of the new digital revolution of spatial computing. And I think that to be able to really succeed in XR, you need to be able to bring knowledge and experience and even just curiosity and attention from different sides of the world in general, not just geographically, but you need to have, understand technology, but also have, bring in elements from art and entertainment and analytical thinking, certainly business savvy, but you have to be able to communicate and empathize to determine really how to get users engaged, how to make them feel like they're part of their experience. And not to put men down, but I find that women, generally speaking, are better communicators, better empathizers, and they tend to have a more rounded way of looking at the world that does combine the analytical side, the tech side, but also this different way of communicating and feeling and connecting, I would say. So in that sense, I actually think that it's a great industry for us to really shine.
I completely agree. I think it's a very good point about the fact that women have many skills and perspectives that can really add to creating a really powerful experience in VR and using the medium to its advantage. I feel like Amy is back with us. Amy, do you want to say a few words? I think she's still having trouble with her audio.
I don't know why we can't hear her. Sorry.
Sorry, yes. Well, I guess with regards to engagement, ladies, you both mentioned that, you know, creating experiences and just creating products that have a varied end user in mind, you know, a diverse user base in mind. We currently are seeing that most of the users in VR today are men. So how do you think we can fill this demographic gap and attract more female audiences to XR?
If I can give, it's difficult to figure out who has a turn, but I'll go quickly. I think that the reason why it's mostly men right now is not really because men are more attracted to XR. I think it's because the experiences that have been provided thus far have been mostly in gaming, first gaming and then entertainment. And there is a larger user base on the men's side when it comes to gaming. I think as we start having more applications, solutions, products that come out of gaming, the so-called non-gaming sector, I actually think that we will see women participating more, much more than men even.
Yes, I believe so too. Mariana, would you like to say a few words and about your experience in designing narratives for a diverse crowd?
Yeah, sure. I can try. I think, well, first of all, of course, user tests are very, very important with diverse audience. And I have been doing one thing recently that has changed the way I write for VR, which is simply asking people around me, especially women, what they would like to see or experience in VR. Like I asked my mom, my grandmother, or I don't know, my aunt, and this has been mind-blowing. And I think this is a nice piece of advice just for creators, male or female creators, or I mean, everyone. Asking people around you and diverse people and just going out for social bubbles can be very, very powerful to realize what real people would like to try in VR. And I don't know, I think it can be a powerful tool to fill the gap.
Yes, I agree completely. I'm just curious, what sort of answers did you get from your friends and family who you asked about their own experience?
Actually, yeah, I got this one, and I'm really excited about it. Which was I talk a lot with my mom about VR, and she loves it, and she really loves agriculture sim games like Farmville. And she was like, oh my God, you have to design an agriculture sim like a Farmville for VR. And this was like a simple principle, but it blew my mind. I have never thought about it. And I was like, oh my God, yes, I have to do this. And so to me, it was a nice way to feel that, to touch a new audience.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Alexia, would you like to give an insight into your work and how you're designing with diversity in mind?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I'm working on an application to create immersive experiences without code. So to me, this is a great way to solve this problem of lack of content, because I totally agree. Currently in VR, most of applications are video games, and we can do so much more with VR. And I think having a project which can be used by anyone will really help this ecosystem to get any type of experiences possible on the market.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like you to imagine that we are in year 2035, and gender inequality in tech as well as coronavirus are scary things that we tell our children about. And I'd like you to share your ideas and thoughts about what we have done with hindsight as an industry, teams, individuals, to get there, to get that right. What do you think? Rafaela, do you want to have a go?
Thank you for the hardest question. What we've done right? Well, I think first off, we will all be laughing at, do you remember how big that thing was that we used to put in front of our eyes? Kind of like the first cell phones. Remember the huge bricks that, that you had to carry around? And so I think we will be laughing at that. I don't know what we will have done right. I can say what I hope that we will have done right. I hope that we will have found a way to combine privacy and ethics and ethical standards to XR, to this new piece of technology. I am hoping that we have learned from the lessons that are being served right now in the digital world, and that we will use the technology to provide people what they want, yes, but without stripping them away of behavioral data that is truly personal, because if you think about the type of behavioral data they can really collect with these new devices, it's much more intrusive than anything that we've had before. So I am hoping that we'll develop things in a different way.
Very interesting point. Thank you. Amy, are you back with us? However, she's still experiencing audio difficulties. Alexia, do you want to say a few words?
Yes, I totally agree with what Rafaela, I think, previously said. Currently, when I'm using a headset, for example, I know that it maps all my room and apartment and things like that, and it's really powerful to provide great experiences, but it's also it can be dangerous. And I fully agree about the ethics and the privacy, the respect of the privacy, and also obviously the comfort of the technology. For example, having a great tracking, be able to really use your hands and not have a heavy headset, even if it's getting way better each year. But these two things are really important to me too.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Mariana?
Yes, it's a very, very good question. Thank you, Anastasia. I don't know. I agree with both of you. Well, from where I stand, from storyteller point of view, I don't know. I think that in 15 years from now, I hope, I mean, I'm a soul and an idealist person, so I hope we'll be able to change the world with VR. And I know it seems like childish, but I do think VR is a really powerful storytelling medium because it allows us not only to tell stories, but to create context. And if we create context, it means that we can try new realities before engaging with them in the physical world. And this is not my definition, this is Jeremy Ney's definition of virtual reality, but I fully agree with that. And I'd love if 15 years from now we can all create speculative fictions like created by everyone, by diverse people, by women, by men, by people from Africa, from Latin America, by people of color, by queer people, and everyone. And we can, we'll be able to little by little apply the solution we will perceive in virtual reality to the physical world, to the world in which we live every day. So this is, I don't know, this is my dream.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I agree. I mean, from my perspective, I guess I'm coming from more of a sort of startup background in the space, and you know, as a founder and as a leader, I'm so conscious that I really want to build a team that is diverse and that brings in all these different experiences, because you know, you want to lead by example, and you want to create environments and companies where you hire a diverse team that comes together to create innovation, to really come up with, you know, new solutions, new ideas, things that we haven't seen before. And diversity really is the key to that. I would like to touch upon, you know, some of the initiatives that maybe you have seen in your own careers, or with some of the initiatives that you're in touch with or you're working on that are enabling diversity and are championing women in the industry. Rafaela, do you want to go first?
Sure. First off, Accenture, I don't remember the exact numbers, so you know, don't quote me exactly, but I believe the plan was that by 2025 we had to have 50%, or 2023, I don't remember, 50% of the workforce had to be or has to be women, and the company was very well underway to get in there. So that's one example. Certainly, the WXR fund is a great example of a fund that is at the intersection of combining diversity and specifically trying to support women-led companies in this spatial computing or XR and AI world. There are stats that show that you know, early stage companies with at least one woman founder outperformed male teams by 63%. That's a study that was done in the past 10 years.
Wow.
And I think that companies in general are realizing that if nothing else, even if they were not doing it for just equity's sake, but I think they understand that half of the consumers, if not more, are female. And so they need to make sure that they have that sensibility within their own company to be able to provide the products and services that they will accept. And if nothing else, is making things change, and I don't think that we will go back, I think we will continue progressing on.
Wonderful. Yeah, here's to hoping. Marianne, would you like to share your experience? Marianne, I think you're on mute. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, I've been working with virtual reality for 1.5 years now, so it's quite recent, it's quite new. So I don't know if I have something to say, but I know that in Arvory, they have been doing this really nice thing, which is writing job titles and job ads. The small text that says what something like a creative director or a producer has to do. And they are analyzing this with this filter. I think it was created by an association which says that, which tells you if this ad is friendly or not for women. And I thought this was a really nice initiative because, you know, if you use words such as, I don't know, you have to be an aggressive person or something like that, the text will not be friendly for women. But if you say, oh, you have to, I don't know, being able to speak well with your team or something like that, this will be more friendly. So I thought it was a really nice thing.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I think part of the experience that I've had in hiring my team, I found it very difficult because the number of women applicants versus male applicants is much smaller. And I think statistically, women are less likely to apply for jobs that they feel like they're not 90% qualified for, whereas men apply when they feel like they're 60% qualified for the job. So
yes,
that's an interesting one. Alexia, would you like to say a few words about this from your side?
Yes, at Minsar, I don't think we do something especially to I don't know, motivate women to come work with us, but we have quite a lot of women at the company. We treat everyone the same during the recruitment. I don't know, for us, as we say in our job offers, we are just seeking for talent, whoever and whatever you like, and whoever you are. And maybe we don't have this kind of problem because one of the two co-founders is a woman, Soraya Jaber, she's the CEO of the company. So maybe it makes candidates comfortable to see a woman at the head of the company. But yeah, for us, it's not really an issue. We don't have an issue inside of the company about that. So maybe we are in a in a really privileged world, but yeah, for me, I didn't have any problems about being a woman during my career. Right. I've been working in the tech industry for 10 years, and yeah, at Minsar we just treat people like humans. That's all.
Right. Yeah, no, that's wonderful to hear. I mean, it's really great that you've had that experience. I wanted to try again with Amy, if she wanted to say a few words, perhaps.
She's participating on the chat. If you want to join in the auditorium chat.
She says she can't hear anyone. It's a shame. Okay. Well, we have a couple of minutes left, so I maybe just wanted to circle back to this concept of designing with ethics in mind. This was a really interesting concept that has been brought up during the discussion, and I was wondering if you had a couple of ideas or you know, pointers that you think that, you know, the creative community in VR, the industry as a whole, could think about, could have in mind to include that in designing, you know, the next virtual experiences.
Yes, I think I had some thoughts on that because I've been thinking a lot about it recently. Again, as a storyteller, and I think one piece of advice I could give, maybe it would be just to create female characters and protagonists, and also hire women to write them, because women's voices have not been heard for so long. I mean, in literature and cinema, we have been represented by men for so long that now in this industry that VR is an industry that is being structured in 2020, and now we know the power of diversity. We know that women are equally capable of doing whatever they want. So yeah, I think just like female protagonists, let women tell their stories, because we need honest representation, and girls need good examples. So yeah.
I agree. I think it's very, very powerful. I'm afraid we're out of time for our session. So just wanted to say a few things to wrap up. First of all, thank you to all the panelists who attended today and shared their insights and experience. And I wanted to invite the audience to continue having these conversations outside of the session, to have them with your business partners, with your investors, your colleagues. And we really hope that you enjoyed the session. And thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the rest of Virtuality.
Thank you for
Thank you
having us.
very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are ready whenever you want.
Okay, great. So, hi everyone. My name is Danielle, and with me here today is Mehdi.
Okay.
And together we represent the two branches of the distribution team of Atlas V.
Hi
Myself
everyone,
is
thank you for being there. I'm still hearing the other conference, but I guess it will finish soon. Danielle, we can start whenever you want.
great. So yeah, as I was saying, I'm here today to talk about specifically digital distribution, and then we'll transition and talk about immersive exhibitions, which together create the distribution team at Atlas V. And so to begin, I'd like to say that, acknowledge that we're in a very peculiar time, and it's a time truly like nothing we can compare to in history. And so in this period of fast evolving circumstances, it's hard to say what will happen tomorrow, better yet, what the future of our industry, the future of narrative VR and immersive experiences will look like in the coming year. So we're here to talk about what we do. How do we act in these circumstances? And so despite all of this, we know that today, the data projections for virtual reality in the global market are quite good. So research shows that the global virtual reality content creation market is expected to reach 227.9 billion by 2030, with the release of the lighter and.
She's still there.
Can you hear me?
No, I don't hear her. You're hearing her?
Yes, you hear me. Excellent. I think Mehdi might be having a bit of technical problems, but I'm going to keep going, talking about what as I was saying. So in addition to the projections, we also know that this period of time, very recently, there's been the release of new equipment for virtual reality. And so 2 months before the biggest spending holiday of the year, the projections for the future of VR experiences market looks very promising. However, if you're aware of industry trends, then you know that this is the type of thing people have been saying since 2014, right? So how do we know that this time it's different? Well, for the past 5 years, immersive narrative content has been trying to pave a way for itself, and finding a home at film festivals and museums. And that's where Atlas the company that we're representing, that we're a part of today, that's where we come in. So slowly, fans of VR have been saving up their salaries to purchase big headsets that in a year or so become almost outdated. But ambitions for narrative VR content have hardly been suppressed. So recently, Upload VR writer Jamie Feltham, he released an article talking about the projections about VR content. And he said that right now we can attribute this to being a kind of a Wild West period of VR. And so what does that mean? It means that the rules are still being developed. It means that there's a lot left to be said and to be done. And so we at Atlas, we're proud to be pioneers in this Wild West, so to speak. So about us, Atlas V, we're one of the most awarded virtual reality studios in the world. We have experiences that range from augmented reality to virtual reality to interactive installations. And since our founding in 2017, our 4 founders, Antoine Queyrol, Arnaud Colliner, Pierre Zandrovich, and CEO Fred Bleu, have had their hands in a wide variety of projects that range from, as I said, immersive interactions at FIAC to content that's won awards or been selected at Sundance, Tribeca, all the major film festivals, which we're very proud to be part of this, as I said, this Wild West. And with the pandemic, we've readjusted this in-person entertainment objective. We started to look at communities that exist online all over the world, because as we said, this period of time, it's caused certain challenges. And so we've had to adapt and find ways to communicate and to distribute our works when LBE, location-based entertainment, is not always possible. And so that's where I really come in. And I can say that our digital distribution strategy, it really relies on 3 main pillars. And those are, first, engaging and exploring online communities, as I said before. There's ways of engaging early on fans of VR and future fans of VR. And by listening to what consumers want, we can really connect with new people and distribute our works in an efficient, streamlined way. Another important pillar is inbound marketing. And with that comes supporting the industry and supporting each other. So narrative VR content and content of virtual reality films and things like that, we're a small sphere, and by supporting each other, we lift each other up. And the last great pillar I attribute to is great content. So exploring new mediums, pushing boundaries, and always growing and trying new things, it's at the foundation of what has made Atlas successful and how we look to the future. And so since 2019, Atlas has started publishing the VR content on streaming platforms. So that means those films that were once debuting at Sundance and South by Southwest are now downloadable for streaming pleasure in someone's home in Wisconsin, Berlin, Amsterdam, all over the world. And so right now I'm going to share a video with you that shows a kind of a reel of what we at Atlas do.
Reach out and feel the universe.
So as you saw from that slide, that short trailer, there's a few pieces that we selected, and all of those works are either published or very soon to be published on these streaming platforms. And so one of the first ones that we started with was Ayahuasca, Cosmic Journey, which was directed by Jan Kunin. And so that piece we first published on Steam and Viveport in 2019. And so it's coming up on a year that this project has been available for streaming. And so it's been a combination of seeing how communities react to this piece and how we can track this information and then learn and experiment and learn more and build upon that wealth of knowledge that we're gaining. And so given that we're all starting out in the industry, there's been little that we can really compare to. And so there's been a lot of needing to adapt, trying to find the ways that we can intersect between these platforms and between these worlds that we exist in. And so we know that this is not cinema, although what we're creating is films in some sense. It's really not, it doesn't follow the same rules as cinema. I'll give another example. I'll show right now a trailer from a project called Battle Scar that will soon be released in the next quarter.
And you know, I don't really. I live my own life, and nobody fucking tells me what to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chicos of El Barrio, doctors of your sight, rising through the black holes, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Shower in the garden.
So that project, as I said, originally it's been around the world at different film festivals. It's been in exhibitions, and we've worked with partners and cultural institutions to get this shown. And now what we need to do is to get it so that people in their homes can watch this and share with people that they're close with. And so we can't follow the rules of cinema exactly. It's not as if we're distributing a feature film, even though this is a 3-episode narrative piece, but nor is it a video game. And so the production and distribution pipeline, while they might have overlaps with the two, in reality, it's a whole new ball game. And so like the Wild West, the rules are ours to make. And so what have we found? Well, with another project, Gloomy Eyes, for example, we found that people are really excited about the animation and that we can connect with them regarding different topics on Reddit and in podcasting and YouTube streamers. This is part of the idea of inbound marketing. And I think what we found is showing that there's real humans behind the application is really a way to connect. And so this is, it can be time consuming and requires working with co-producers and partners and constantly looking for opportunities. And so what we've seen is that right now really is a time that we can experiment, that we can grow, and we can develop new ways to reach our audiences and get out this material, this content that is really strong. And so we want to talk about the next stage, the next branch of distribution, and being that big crowds and being in big groups is not possible anymore. We've seen that this is also a big opportunity for VR in museums and cultural spaces, and redefining that so that it fits with today's climate. And so Mehdi, he's going to talk now about what that means in terms of digital immersive exhibitions. Mehdi?
Hi everyone. I want to tell you that I have a sound problem. So I was hearing the conference through the YouTube Direct channel, and there is a small lag, so I was 5 seconds behind. It means that for the Q&A, it'd be easier if you write questions into the chat. So, but I'll start from there. First, thank you all for being there, and I continue on what Daniel was saying for this new department that Atlas 5 has opened 1 month ago, which is about digital immersive exhibitions, which is another side of the distribution possibilities that a VR studio can have, or an immersive storytelling studio can have. As Daniel told you a bit before, Atlas 5 being one of the most prime immersive studio in the world, it makes the catalog very resourceful and a very positive asset, where we think that now all our creations are done in real time. We think that all these assets can also become really good digital immersive exhibitions because they are already great storytellings. So I'll just try to grasp the next slide if I can. So those are some immersive projects that the studio has already done, because we already have an experience in welcoming and operating publics. So that's where that brings you to where the real time is really a game changer. And not only, as you've seen, I think you all have seen these Mandalorian virtual staging sets that are completely changing the way that you're doing post-production for the cinema industry. This is also a really game changer for our immersive industry, because these real-time graphic engines, they can bring us a lot of possibility, considering our assets and our narratives as really a story that can be told either in VR or either in digital immersive exhibitions or either in domes, because they are the same source of assets if we also keep this in mind during the production. And right now, all over the world, you have more and more dedicated spaces like Team Lab exhibitions or Artec House that in 2 years opened in New York, in Washington, and in Miami, location-based entertainment, if we can call it that way, dedicated to digital immersive exhibitions. The Atelier des Lumières in Paris also opened a new space in Bordeaux, and they are going to open other spaces in the world. So we think that there is really, for the distribution of our content, there is really a good distribution channel that should consider these digital immersive exhibition spaces that are we think that they are gonna happen in every big city in the world in the next 2 years. Obviously, there are different ways of doing a digital immersive exhibitions. So if I can tell you a little bit more about it, it's like, it's just a digital exhibition using video mapping, LiDAR scanners sometimes to make it interactive, and it can be an art exhibition about any artist. It can be an aquarium, like what NK2 did last year with Oceans, the Immersive Odyssey. It can be a zoo. It can be an IP playground, for example, with Lego, or an escape game. You can have educational exhibitions. You can have also live broadcasts about esports or fashion shows. it's really a very wonderful format, and what we call an agile entertainment, because it brings you, or it brings the owner of the space the ability to do instant architecture programming, where you'll be able from the morning to the afternoon to the night shows, bring content for each kind of target you want to have. Also, what is really good and what is a hard punch that received the VR LBs during the COVID lockdowns is that they are not so much COVID friendly, even if there are now some solutions with UV boxes, but a lot of VR LBs has closed down during the lockdowns, and this kind of new distribution channels are really COVID ready, because you don't have to touch or wear anything, and you have a better throughput. So that's why also we are really looking into these possibilities. And obviously, but this is for every immersive creation, it's an access to the inaccessible again. So you don't need to travel to all these museums around the world. And I'm obviously, being in Paris, we all think of these beautiful museums that we have that are usually crowded with people coming from all over the world, that still want to be able to witness some of the best artworks. Well, they'll be able to do it, but without having the hassle to travel. Obviously, it's not the same, but it can be also a very different way of showing it and bringing more content around the artworks. And uh-oh, it looks like it doesn't want to go to my next slide. Okay. And obviously, if you can change the architecture thanks to the video projection, you can change the experience, you can change the duration, you can change the throughput. So it's really different from what we experienced operating VR LBs or working with VR LB operators all over the world, which was a really tough game where you need a lot of operators. You have a very low throughput. So that's why we will keep doing and bringing the best of our knowledge to the VR LBs over the world, but we are also trying to transform and to adapt our catalog to these new spaces that are flourishing all over the world, and these spaces are doing really good, even if they had this obviously hard period during the lockdown. When they are open, it's really something that the broad public really like. So thank you for your attention. I hope you find it under.
Guys, we got a question. I don't know if you can read it on your chat boxes. I will read it. Which distribution channel / outlet would you suggest for a first-timer VR storyteller to begin publishing their work?
So that's a great question. I would say that there's certain outlets, channels that are quite challenging. I would say Oculus Quest is the most challenging, and so it would be better to start at something like Steam, because Steam is really widely used, and it's a very flexible channel. It's a very flexible platform. There's a lot of options that they provide inside the platform to optimize visibility. And so there's things such as Curator Connect. So if you succeed in the publishing process, then you can take advantage of things like getting reviews from Steam users, so that it lifts the visibility of your project. And then there's other things that you can add to the store page that isn't possible with other platforms. such as adding, if you have reviews that are written in press articles, you can add that. You can even add GIFs and images within the description. And you can, if you have any laurels or awards that for the project, then you can add those as well. And then if it's a Quest project though, there is and you try doing it on Oculus, the Oculus Store. There is a platform called SideQuest, which is also widely used because, as I said, getting projects on Oculus Quest it involves a lot of collaboration with Oculus, and their QA process is very difficult. So the SideQuest is an alternative that some teams use that we've looked into as well, although our projects now, once you have that relationship with Oculus Quest, it can and Oculus, it can be a bit easier. But Steam and then SideQuest would be my top suggestions. You're welcome. She said.
We got another question about distribution for immersive content. Is not like cinema nor video games. How much do you project as a shop-like metaphor to be more effective to reach your audience?
So by shop-like metaphor, you're referring to well, I can for you, Daniel. Thanks. So yeah, I do believe that that's the case. There are some things that overlap with what we're doing in the cinema world. So in terms of the awards and the accolades, that's still really based in cinema. But in terms of the online digital distribution, I think that we need to be looking at how video games communicate with their fans, with their communities. So they often have discords or community hubs that are really that the fans can get insider information about the project before it's published. And so if you can clarify what you mean by the shop-like metaphor, but in terms of buying on the platform, I think that we're going to see that this is the way to go after a project has been in the public sphere, or even side by side, parallel. That's why Mehdi and I are here today doing this together, because it really does go hand in hand, where we want people without the technology to be able to experience it in cultural settings and even malls and different places that maybe we wouldn't expect at the beginning. And then we also want to reach those people who have the equipment at their home and see who's the type of person that is going to want to watch this, because it's not a game exactly, so we're not reaching gamers, but at the same time we want to reach them in the way that it's an alternative to gaming that they can share with people in their family, with people who are interested in VR, but maybe intimidated by the gamer aspect. And I think that that's more and more that we're seeing, that there's desire for this from people.
Okay, guys, we still have 2 minutes. So maybe if you got an ultimate question, or if you don't, we will close this session. I remember you that the Atlas V team got a boost on the second hole, right? We got another one. Last one. Is it possible to submit an original VR piece to festivals without publishing them to Oculus or Steam?
Yes,
Sure,
indeed.
There is no connection.
Perfect. Quick question. Quick answer. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, I was telling you that the Atlas V team got a boost on the second hole. Maybe can you share the number of your booths, Daniel, if you remember
we
it?
are on so hall 2, booth 16, and I'll be there, Mehdi sometimes, and our colleague Valeria as well.
Thank you everyone for being there again, and thank you so much for the Virtuality team.
Thank you very much, Mehdi. Very kind of you. I hope you enjoyed this conference. We will now go to the other auditorium, the A, to follow a keynote. We will talk about space, NASA, and XR, so I think it will be very great. See you there. Bye-bye.
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 Esbar, we are ready when you are.
Awesome. Thank you. Let me pull up my presentation here. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. I'm Ishwar, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the projects that we've done focused on XR and space operations, primarily around the questions of how do we augment situational awareness and aid in decision making. So first off, a little bit about me. I'm Ishwar. I'm a XR designer and researcher and developer as well. I spent 5 years at MIT doing XR research, focusing mainly around this space, but also in general thinking about how do we design better interfaces, how can we build AR hardware that works outdoors, and a variety of other topics that I got to focus on and work on. While there, I got to do some cool stuff, including found VRAR MIT, which is one of the growing organizations and groups in the Boston area. Hosts a lot of events. Taught one of the first 4-credit VR courses in the country back in 2016, and just does a lot of different awesome things for the community and still going strong. I got to work at the MIT Human Systems Lab, which is where a lot of my research was done. The MIT Human Systems Lab has a long history of working on astronaut performance and astronaut interface work closely tied with NASA. And I also got to found and run MIT Reality Hack, which I'm still doing to this day, which is the world's largest XR hackathon and really a space for a lot of amazing innovation to happen. It's a free community event, and we host hundreds of people every year, and we will be hosting one next year as well, despite the way the world is, and we're hoping to still have whether virtual or partially physical event to happen still. So jumping into it, I'm going to go through 3 of the projects that I got to work on through my time with the Human Systems Lab. The first one is called HoloSextant. This was focused on navigational assistance using augmented reality in treacherous terrains. So this was done as part of the NASA Basalt analog research project. And NASA runs several analog missions throughout the years, and this is one of them. And first off, let me define what an analog mission actually is. There are limited opportunities for us to actually run space missions. In fact, there have only been a handful that have actually space missions that have actually been to a different planetary object, and all of them have been to the moon. So how do we prepare for future missions to Mars and beyond? The way we do it is we have simulations run on Earth to simulate conditions and different situations of what we might face sending astronauts somewhere. So the NASA Basalt mission in particular is focused on a single question, which is how do we do human scientific research on Mars? And there's a lot of reasons we ask that question, and the first is Mars is very far, right? So we cannot send 50 researchers out there. We're going to be sending a handful of highly trained specialists who are going to go there and do research. They are also 20 minutes away in communication from us. Any message, single message sent from Earth to Mars will take 20 minutes to get there, and vice versa, up to 20 minutes. So this presents an autonomy problem where our researchers and astronauts are going to have to be almost entirely autonomous and untethered to assistance from Earth. Of course, we can provide them some, but they cannot depend on it. So the question Basalt asks is how can we use technology to enable better exploration and do real science on Mars? So how we do that is we have these field deployments. So once a year, there's a field deployment where we have a team of astronauts or simulated astronauts who we send out on the field for 8-hour missions per day. We have a team that is on Earth time. So basically they are, they're a few miles away from our Mars team, and they're they're acting as mission control. And we also have a small group of people who are acting as if they are maybe in habitat on Mars, so they're on Mars time. And we send our Mars astronauts out with different tools. So they go out there with all sorts of communication tools, testing tools, and so forth. Now, Basalt in particular has some scientific objectives as well. They're thinking about volcanoes and actual basalt terrains and so forth. So our field deployment that we did a few years ago was in the Kiowa volcanoes of Hawaii. So we were there on the volcanoes live, and these teams would go out each day to collect samples. They would be doing real science and research, and our teams from Earth and Mars would be supporting them in that respective kind of time region. So with this, we effectively simulate some of the scenarios and difficulties we would have with an actual Mars mission. Now, things we don't do are we don't have our simulated astronauts wearing spacesuits. We're not concerned about kind of the human physiology side of this. This is really about communications, operations, and technology. Now, like I said, we do this, on Kiowa Volcano. What we were focused on was how do we help our astronauts navigate treacherous terrain. So they're out there on the volcanic terrain. It is hard to walk around. It is dangerous, and they need to get to sampling sites. They need to get to their habitat. They need to get around. So we wanted to kind of experiment and explore with how do we do this effectively. To do this, we created an AR interface for our simulated astronauts to wear and be able to use in a safe, usable manner. So the first thing that we actually do is we actually have an automated path planning system that allows us to get our astronauts from point A to point B as fast as possible. The reasons we need this are, the first is we need to minimize resource consumption, of course, right? Oxygen, all the resources that we have, battery, all of that. We want to minimize that, so we need to get around as fast as possible, but also for contingency. In case someone has an air leak, we need them to get back to base as fast as possible, and we cannot waste time getting around. So what our automated path planning system does, it's called Sextant, is it takes in data elevation maps, it takes in terrain data, it takes in obstacles, human metabolic data, all of that, and it spits out the fastest, easiest way to get from point A to point B, and it can be reconfigured on the fly as well. However, a path is only as good as its interface. So we wanted to, that's really where the crux of the AR comes in, because a lot of the, there's actually images from early Apollo missions where we had astronauts with paper maps navigating their way around the moon. And they, of course, did get lost because it's very hard to do that. People get lost on Earth. Google Maps even, you can get lost with, and we can definitely do better. So what we built was an AR interface that allowed astronauts to not worry about navigation. Effectively, they don't have to look at a display. They're not looking at anything to figure out where they are, figure out any of that. They're able to simply walk as they would, look back, see a path that would take them to where they want to go. So we had some challenges with this, of course. This is in an outdoor environment. AR and outdoors don't really go very well, just some of the technological limitations that we have today. But we did our best with what we could. We you know, I'll talk a little bit about that. But as you can see here, we had a very, very simplified interface, something that would not clutter or take up much space. We had some 3D sort of skeuomorphic spatial user interfaces that would pop up if the astronaut wanted to pull up specific information about their travel time or destination time, whatever it be. But ultimately, the goal was to give them a path that they could follow or choose not to follow. If they want to deviate from it, we want them to do so comfortably and go do the exploring while always look back and know that they can get back home or get back to their sampling site properly. So this is an example of some of the traverses that we did. This is a Google Maps satellite overview of this volcanic channel, actually. What you don't see here is that between start point and end point, there's actually probably about say 100 feet at least elevation difference. This path is the fastest possible path, or actually it's the only possible path from start to end, because basically a volcanic flow carved out this path. So everywhere else you have sheer cliffs and it's impossible to go anywhere else, and really any wrong turns is bad. The only way you can get from point A to point B is through this channel that was created by nature. And what you see there is the orange is the actual path and the yellow is the path taken using the holosextant AR tool. And this was awesome to see for us because you know, they were able to follow the path. It's not a super short path as well. And on the right, you can see astronaut Stan Love wearing the HoloLens and walking around, following the path and doing sample collection and so forth. So just to kind of close that up, some of the things that we found here were, again, there's a lot of limitations with using AR outside. It's hard. We made a lot of tweaks to the HoloLens. We added polarization filters. We did some shielding and other stuff to try to get it to work outside. But we found some interesting results. Our astronauts really preferred this 3D AR user interface to anything else that would normally take their attention away from their actual tasks. They really enjoyed the fact that it was hands-free, and having customizable interfaces was key. So some astronauts liked our path low to the ground. Some wanted it above their heads. Some wanted it at chest height. And some of those things we just found were different per user, so they really needed to be customizable and configurable per user. So jumping to the next project I wanted to present this is a little bit different. It's focused on suit diagnostics and task guidance. So we simulated what it might be for an astronaut to do a particular task, either in station, in habitat, in ship, using what we call a task board. So that's what you kind of see here. This is a physical task board with various elements like fuses and lights and switches and so forth that they would need to repair or fix. And we wanted to come up with, okay, let's have some tasks. So we had three tasks that the astronauts would do. They would be repairing a fuse, they'd be rerouting power and do some other stuff. And we need to help them do this in a guided, fast manner without making mistakes. And they were untrained on these tasks as well. And we were comparing this to a baseline of audio instructions as well as doing some paper instructions reading. So we started with first having animated digital replicas of whatever tasks they were doing, having sort of multimodal tasks presented, so audio, text, as well as visual sort of 3D animated representation of whatever steps they were doing. We also would have them monitor their suit performance and suit diagnostics as they're doing this. So the goal here was to really test their situational awareness and see see will they notice their oxygen is dropping, or do they need to see an alert, or is this are they going to be able to notice this while they're doing a task? What does it take to make sure they have their situational awareness while not taking away from their task completion capability? So we created this user interface, both a sort of a pro version with a lot more information, as well as a simplified version, and a per user basis they can pick which one that they wanted to view and look at. So we had our users kind of go through and complete these tasks both with and without the interface, and we found a few things. We really found that users had a lot of increased comfort with doing something like this versus audio or even text, where a lot of users didn't want to go back and look at instructions a second time. In AR, in an interface that was a little bit more controllable and presented more information to them, users were a little bit, they liked to actually go slower. They liked to double check their instructions before doing a task, and they liked to, with audio instructions, they liked to ask for clarification, which is something that they would not do with a human on the other line. So that was interesting. So while there was improved autonomy, there was also an improved comfort with a system that helped guide them. We didn't find much in terms of task load and workload. We found that there was inconclusive results, and part of that is familiarity with using AR as a system. We imagine that using more AR, and just comfort with the system interface, we might get more conclusive results. And of course, there's hardware limitations here as well with the fidelity that we have. So I think that's another important thing to consider. And lastly, multi-channel sensor input is important. This was something that we found in the first project as well, is we don't want to just depend on visual. We need to use visual, we need to use audio, we need to use haptic, we need to use every channel that we can to be able to maximize the information we can deliver and reduce the workload on any single particular channel. So now the last project I want to present is the most recent work we've done, which is augmenting mission control scenarios, specifically multi-user mission control scenarios. So if we want to break down what a mission control is, if we think about Houston or any other mission control center, it's lots of data, co-located personnel, and time-critical decisions. So very important decisions being made by sifting through data, and they need to act on it very quickly. So there's been a lot of inspiration as to what the future of mission control might look like. We've all seen science fiction portray different ideas, and part of the inspiration here was to think about what's the bridge, what's next after the traditional mission control scenario that we've seen. And normally it's rows of computers, big screens, and people sitting around with headsets and working. So we wanted to rethink what that might look like. We broke it up into 3 pieces. The first is traditional workstation. So users would use the tools they normally use. They'd be able to do that. And then they'd be able to hop towards the center console, as we called it, which would be a 3D spatial interface for analyzing different sets of data, spatial data, and kind of that's where they'd make decisions. They'd huddle around, they'd stand around this center console, and they'd be able to make decisions. Lastly, the critical feed is the familiar part of mission control, which is a big wall of information that everybody needs to see and know and be able to act on immediately. So here's kind of a concept sketch that we had for what this might look like. So you have users in VR who are able to hop between working on 2D workstations and hopping towards this center console, which was fully three-dimensional. Some early prototypes of it that I'm going to skip through here. But ultimately, the goal here was, imagine we have a scenario, a rover scenario, where the rover is going from point A to point B, collecting samples, doing readings, and is on multiple missions. To analyze this data today, you'd be looking at separate data sets, when from a spatial UI perspective, you could actually imagine, I'm looking at the moon or Mars. I'm able to zoom in and see the different rovers. I'm able to zoom in and see the different paths they're taking. Zoom in and see the different sampling sites, and then down to the samples and images that are even taken. Effectively, we're able to combine all of this data, but still present it in a easy to consume manner, but allow the context aware capability for people to understand, okay, this is where the data is being collected, see the terrains, see that data in conjunction with what's actually being collected. So that's part of the core concept. And the second part of it is using VR, we can actually extend this beyond co-location. We can have remote mission controls coming in. We can have users hop in VR momentarily if they want to just analyze some data. But ultimately, it was focused on this concept of how can we get users closer to the data and help them make faster decisions by streamlining communication. They're able to do that better, and we're able to extend the human dynamics by bringing in remote participants as well. That goes beyond just video conferencing. So that's a bit of VMCC, and this is sort of definitely still in development. And early findings from that have been that there's a lot of integrations with 2D data, and the big question of the VMCC is thinking about how do we work with existing 2D data interfaces and systems without disrupting someone's workflow. We do not want to there are things that 2D interfaces are amazing for. We've already designed amazing 2D interfaces for lots of data. How do we not try to replace that, but just augment it and just come in where needed and make that transition seamless? That's really been the biggest challenge and kind of question that we've been answering. But ultimately, to sum up, the purpose here, I wanted to share 3 projects that are a little unique. I think that there's a far-reaching future where AR will be very impactful for assisting our astronauts and assisting mission control, just by the given nature of being able to process more data, being able to be presented with more data. And a lot of these are early prototypes and experiments towards what that's going to look like in 10, 15, 20 years. The hardware is going to change, the software is going to change, but the concepts and the design, can last, and the learnings can last. So that's a few of the projects that we've been doing in XR for space operations with the Human Systems Lab and with NASA. And at 1:20 now, I want to just close up there, sum up, and open up for any questions that people might have.
I don't think we have any questions. Thanks a lot, Eswar. That was really interesting.
Yeah, not a problem. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and thank you, Virtuality.
Really happy to have you.
Alrighty, hope everyone has a good day.
Bye. Thank you so much.